Hey X.
Dude, you can't keep calling people you don't know extra. Also, welcome to the part 4 of What If Bakugo Went Through the Shield Hero Experience.
Chapter 9. New players. Over a week had passed since the Gay Lion incident, and the Shield Hero and his team had been traveling all across Melromarc, but no longer by wagon. They were now always flying to their destinations. With Kirishima's transformation, the group could now ride on the young dragon's back as they soar across the skies to new places, especially after Bakugo bought an upgraded saddle that changes in size like his old saddle, only this one covers most of his back, allowing multiple people to ride on the dragon's hard back. Thanks to this, what took days on a wagon drawn by a horse or filorial can now only take a few hours by flying. Despite still having access to fast travel, the team can now go past its restrictions and limitations like carrying other non-team people or flying away from monsters, though considering Katsuki that pretty much never happens. Lately Bakugo and the group had been mostly traveling around Melromarc, transporting supplies or people across the country and helping each town with their problems. Not only gaining a lot of money from all of it, but the recognition and reputation. Ren and his team were remaining at Miraso for a while to help set up the new law of the land with his leadership, to have everything stabilized as well as guaranteeing Windia's and her father's protection when he's not there. Though before Bakugo left he learned a few interesting things from Ren. The first thing was the fact that most items can be made by the cardinal weapons themselves if one has the right materials rather than by hand, saving loads of time and effort. But the second thing was the biggest one. According to Ren, there was a way to level up your weapons that Katsuki was completely unaware of. Ren called it weapon proficiency. According to him, a weapon can accumulate something called mastery points that increase the stats of the specific type of weapon. The points can be obtained by using the weapon or killing enemies with them, though the most interesting part was the fact that once they reach the max of 100 points they can be refunded into an energy pool to upgrade specific weapons you choose into higher levels and gaining some new skills, making the weapons that sacrificed their points back to zero but making the ones that were given their points stronger in return. Bakugo was confused by it at first because he never heard about this weapon proficiency thing anywhere, not from his status screen, the help menu, or anything. But Ren insisted that it was there since the beginning. Bakugo never saw such a thing, but at the same time he could tell Ren wasn't lying, nor did he have any reason to. He always did notice Ren would rarely ever change his sword into anything else other than his default weapon, unlike motoyasu or itsuki's weapons. When they wanted to do specific attacks they changed their weapons to a different spear or bow. If this proficiency thing is real, Ren was putting most of his points in his main weapon to make it super strong, so he didn't have a reason to use other swords if the one he invested all of his points in was his strongest sword. After thinking about it, Bakugo decided to trust Ren and continued to look for anything related to proficiency, and quickly he finally found a menu that stated weapon proficiency. Bakugo never saw it before, and now there was, even with help instructions from the menu to confirm it. But he wasn't going to question these magic weapons as he opened that menu and saw all the things Ren was saying before. Bakugo made quick use of it as a large number of his shields had max proficiency points, or a large number of them. Bakugo refunded the points from most of the shields he either barely ever used and those that didn't require or benefit from level ups. He then in return upgraded his most powerful and useful shields, like his normal default shield, the Chimera shield, the Hydra shield, and his explosion shield, making them all more powerful or efficient with newer abilities to use. He also upgraded any shields with any useful boosts or stat upgrades, including any shield that gave his teammates strength or power. Bakugo wondered if the two other cardinal weapons had their own unique upgrade methods as well, but he knew he wasn't going to find them out anytime soon with Motoyasu's and Itsuki's hatred of Bakugo. Especially the latter considering the events at Tervain recently. Bakugo had also made use of Gay Lion scales and the tooth he gifted him. The first scale went directly inside his shield and granted him Dragon Scale Shield, defense increased by 50, and resistance against fire increased by 30%. For the next set of scales, with the help of some materials provided by Erhard, he began to craft new armor for his sidekick. He fused her upgraded light armor with a new dragon scales, increasing her defense fivefold, as well as adding up to her fire resistance while remaining as light armor. Bakugou could have just made it into heavy armor with the highest defense rating, but it would mean slowing down, and her speed is one of the young hero's best traits. So it was a sacrifice Bakugou was willing to make. As for the tooth, Bakugou managed to create a new blade for Neia that is far stronger than any store-bought sword, with it being able to cut through enemies like butter, even higher-leveled ones. As for the last of the scales, Bakugou learned one neat smelting method from Turvayan. He melted down the scales in a magic-imbued cauldron where he placed his armor, which includes his cape, pants, and boots, into the melted liquefied scales. And after conducting some magic spells on the cauldron, in a few hours his armor had fused with the liquefied scales, and his armor defense increased times 10 without the cape or anything else feeling any heavier than before, allowing Bakugou to continue to move as fast as before. Also at that point Bakugou was now at level 60, Kirishima was at 37, and Neia was at 40. Though the strange thing with Neia is that in Bakugou's menu there was now a star next to Neia's level. He also noticed that she was no longer gaining experience points from enemies since she reached that level. Bakugou isn't sure what it means, but he intends to find out soon before Neia falls behind. On one day Neia, and Kirishima were flying up in the sky, across a forest toward Melromarc's capital to drop off a large shipment of herbs and other ingredients for one of the merchants there. Bakugou was holding on to Kirishima's reins to help guide the young dragon to their destination and to keep him in control to not accidentally fling him off or ruin their delivery package. Neia was reading from more books to train herself up to finally be able to wield swords, allowing her to fight better. It wasn't easy considering all the air being blown on her, but she eventually got used to it, as she can now read through all the wind without any problem. But when Neia decided to look down below when she got bored, the elf girl noticed something strange in an open field in the woods. It looked like a group of filorials all bunched up together around some bluish thing. She couldn't tell what it was from how high up they were, but it did make her curious about it. Neia decides to ask her master about it. "Hey Sir Bakugou, I'm wondering if you can see what that thing is over there?" she asked, pointing to the filorials. Bakugou sighs, but for his own curiosity he activated his binocular shield and looked down at the event, with Kirishima circling the sky for that moment to not move too far away from the sight. "It's just a bunch of stupid birds messing around with a kid. No need to." But Bakugou paused when he got a better look at the kid. She was a young girl about 10 with blue hair and eyes in also blue noblewoman clothing. She looked extremely familiar to him. Bakugou activates his normal shield, and out of his inventory he took out a picture he got from that mad botanist's bedroom with all the pictures of the queen and her family. And in that picture was a little girl with the queen, and that girl down there looks almost exactly like her. It seemed to be a strange coincidence, but there was only one way to find out. "Blue Air landing," he announced. "Landing where?" Neia asked, wondering about the random stop. "To your little sightsee," he answered as he pulls on Kirishima's reins as they flew down toward the young girl. The girl herself was minding her own business as she plays around with the filorials as they peacefully surround her. But then, to her and the birds' surprise, large winds began to blow across the trees in the woods, and all the large birds ran off into the forest in fear. The girl wasn't so sure why until she heard roar. She turned toward the roar and saw a giant reddish-orange dragon flying down at the fields until it finally landed. The girl didn't know what was going on, but she feared that this giant dragon was ready to strike, so she held out her hands awaiting to activate a water spell once the dragon attacks. But then she heard, excuse me?" The girl was surprised to hear that coming from the direction of the dragon, wondering what that was. She then saw two people jumping off of the dragon's back. One being a shirtless man with spiky blonde hair with a red cape on him and looked like he was constantly frustrated, and the other was a pretty yet strange-looking blue woman with black hair, purple eyes, and weird-looking ears. While still somewhat on her guard, she felt a little more at ease that there at least regular people here. The blue woman then approached her. "Excuse me, I'm sorry, but are you okay, miss?" she asked the girl. The girl didn't know what this woman was. She was not any kind of demi-human she saw before. But she then smiles toward her knowing the was friendly. "I'm fine, ma'am. I was just playing with the filorials. Oh, I'm so sorry that we scared them off. We probably should have been more discreet with you." The blue woman apologized but the blue-haired girl just continues to smile back. "No need to say sorry. It's still nice to meet new and kind people," she said as the girl holds out her dress to make a small bow. "My name is Melty. It's nice to meet you." She introduces herself. The woman then introduces herself as well as she bowed back. "It's nice to meet you too. My name is Na. This big guy is Kirishima, and..." Well, he'll introduce himself. Na finished as she also introduces Kirishima and Bakugo, who had his arms crossed. Bakugo finally spoke when Melty looked at him. "The name's Ka-chan, that's all you need to know," he told her bluntly. Despite the rude response, Melty was still in a happy mood. "That's all wonderful, I'm glad to meet you three," she happily says. Na then asked her some questions. "Me too, but Melty, what are you doing out here in a place like this so far from any town?" "Well, you see, I was on my way to the capital to meet with my family, but I kinda got distracted by the filorials and lost sight of my personal guard hours ago, so I'm kind of lost out here," Melty admits, looking a little embarrassed by the situation. But Na just continues to smile. "Don't feel bad about it, every kid makes a mistake here and there. I've made a few myself even past your age, so don't feel bad about it. You must really love those filorials?" she asked Melty. "Oh god, yes. They are just some of the most beautiful creatures in like the whole world. They have such beautiful eyes, soft feathers, and they're all just so graceful as they run and gallop. And I've heard their queens and kings are even bigger and more beautiful. Oh, to have one of my own, that'd be so amazing." Melty burst out into joy of her passionate love of filorials. Na giggles and smiles toward Melty as she enjoys her company with the girl. Bakugo, on the other hand, was just rolling his eyes on the whole thing as he continued to stand by with Kirishima. The dragon was also just as irritated by the girl gushing about filorials right in front of him. After another minute or so of talking and making friends with Melty, Na finally decided to ask the young girl, "Hey Melty, if you need help to get to the capital, my master and I can take you there in a short amount of time?" Melty was happy to hear that. "Would you guys really? That'd be great, thank you so much." Na continues to be happy with the girl, but that changed after she looked back and saw her always angry master looking back at her. "Well, you should at least ask permission from Mr. Ka-chan first, he kind of has the final say in everything," she admits to Melty. "Of course, I understand, I'll ask him directly," Melty acknowledges to Na, as she walks up to the angry-looking teen. Na hopes that Bakugo won't explode at her and scare her away. She was really liking the girl. Melty walks up to Bakugo and makes a small bow to him while holding her dress up. "Sir Ka-chan, do you mind escorting me to the capital, please? I'll make sure you are handsomely rewarded for my father at home." Bakugo was silent for a second, but then he finally spoke. "Sure, fine little girl, I'll take you back home. But first you're going to tell me what's your relationship to the royal family of Melromarc?" he demanded of her bluntly. Melty was quite surprised to be given such a random question. What do you mean by that? I don't see what that has to do with anything," she asked nervously, trying to deny it with no so weirded out by that question. Bakugo then takes out the picture painting and puts it right up to Melty's face, then explained this. "I doubt the queen of the country will just let any random girl to be painted in a picture with her." Melty looks closely at the picture with her and the royal family, including the queen, king, and the elder princess in it. Na continued to stand by and was somewhat surprised by this, with how Melty matched the girl in the picture. She quickly realizes that Bakugo figured her out as he continues to coldly stare at her. "Well?" Bakugo demands a response from her. Melty remained silent for a minute, trying to think up of something, but she couldn't think of anything convincing. She knew this Ka-chan fellow was more intelligent than he looked, and wouldn't be fooled by a simple lie. She then sighs to herself and looks up at Bakugo with a more serious face. Very well, if you want to know who I am really, then I will tell you, adventurer. I am Princess Melty of Melromarc, second daughter of Queen Myrlia and King Altcry the 32nd, and first in line to the throne. She announced, now sounding formal, more like an adult than like a child a few minutes ago. Bakugo wasn't too surprised. He knew she had to be someone of importance to the royal family for her to be in a picture with the nation's head of state. This also now confirms one of the dead botanist's crazy ramblings about Altcry's 2 daughters. Though he didn't know that she was the apparent heir to the throne, then again with Melty in mind he can understand why the queen chose her seemingly more mature youngest child over her evil beach eldest child. Na, on the other hand, looked completely shocked. The fact that she was a royal the whole time, a royal to Melromarc, the same family that nearly framed and enslaved her. Despite only knowing her for a few minutes, Na felt like she had been betrayed by a friend, and it quickly ate at her, and what innocence she saw at Melty had turned into bitterness and resentment. Bakugo then continued to ask questions. So tell me then, what are you really here for? Melty was quick to answer. I already told you, I'm required to be back at the capital as soon as possible. I have very important business to do back there with my father, and I'm afraid I'm not allowed to say more by my mother's orders. But like I said before, I will still reward you handsomely. So will you still attempt to escort me? Things were silent for a few seconds as everyone stared at each other, but Bakugo finally spoke up. Fine, I'll take up your job, but the pay better be good, and I prefer it not be by that consort father of yours. Melty wasn't big on the dig on her father, but Melty just sighs again to agree. Very well, Sir Kachan, it's a deal. She accepted, not wanting to argue with the ill-tempered man any longer. Bakugo then turns. Fine then, let's just get the hell out of here. Kirishima. Ready. He yells as the dragon stood back up and lowered his wings down, allowing Bakugo to get on along with Na, who decided to coldly look away from the princess as the sidekick got on. Melty on the other hand continued to stand there looking nervously at the large dragon. We are traveling by dragon? Don't you think it might be safer by just walking? She excuses, getting nervous on the idea of flying. It stays away from the capital on foot. With Kirishima we'll be there in at most 2 hours, Bakugo told her as he readies himself for flight. But Melty still looked nervous about it. Well, I mean, I like to see the woods, and I like to just get on the damn dragon already and suck it up. Bakugo raises his voice at her sternly. Melty didn't like the idea of flying on a dragon, but she knew she had no other choice considering how far the capital was from there with no protection. So she did what Bakugo told her and sucked it up to slowly walk up the dragon's wing until she sat down right behind Bakugo with Na behind her, who looked on with distaste. Bakugo then grabbed his dragon's reins. Kirishima. Fly. And with that, Kirishima opens his wings up and quickly runs as he flapped them, and with help of his wind magic the dragon jumps and lifts himself off the ground. Kirishima was now up in the sky. And during all of that, Melty screams in fear with how high they were now and the strong high winds being blown on her face. She had her eyes shut and was holding on to Bakugo's torso as hard as she could. Bakugo just shrugs to himself while focused on controlling Kirishima. After a few minutes though, Melty was starting to get used to being in the sky. She was getting tired of holding on to Bakugo anyway, who had weird odor that smelled like burned caramel candy. She actually began to enjoy being up in the sky like this, with her arms out, as she imagines what it is like if a filorial could fly, if she had her own one to play with. The princess then turns her head toward Na while she was reading through another training book. Isn't this so much fun, Na? It almost feels like we are flying ourselves, she expressed excitedly. Na on the other hand didn't look amused and was flat out ignoring the young girl while she had her face in a book. Melty's smile disappeared and looked confused by Na's sudden character change, wondering what happened. It even caught Bakugo's attention. He knew why Na was acting like that, but he didn't want to bother with it, knowing that his sidekick should figure it out herself. Melty was still confused but decided to let it be for now and continue to have fun in the sky as the team flies through the clouds toward their destination. After 2 hours of flying, the crew finally made it to Melromarc's capital. Bakugo lands a little bit away from the outside of the gates to not cause a major panic in the city with a giant dragon flying around. Once on the ground, the crew walked for a bit with Kirishima still carrying the herb supplies on his back. Eventually they made it to the capital's gates, where Bakugo also finished up talking with the herbalist shop owner and got his payment as Kirishima and Neia puts the herb supplies on the herbalist's wagon cart. Bakugo then turns back to the young princess. "Thank you so much for transporting me here, Sir Kachan and Ms. Neia, as well as you to Mr. Kirishima." Melty thanks and bows to the three. "Whatever, I just want the money. You promised me." Bakugo bluntly told her, "Of course Mr. Kachan, if you could come with me to the castle, I'll be sure you get your reward of at least 10 gold pieces." Melty continued, "No thank you. I still need to visit that witch shop again for important stuff for quests, and I doubt I'll be welcomed in by the consort. So just pay me up front," Bakugo demanded from her. "But I don't currently have the money on me. It'll be a quick trip. I'm sure my father will be glad that you—" "Ha ha 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 ha. You think that old bastard will give a shit about me? No way." Bakugo laughed and insulted the girl as her smile disappeared and started to look angry at this Kachan guy's constant insults toward her father. But Melty just took a deep breath and tried to calmly compromise with the man. "Okay then, I can just get a servant of mine to get the money from within the castle and I can just give it to you by the castle walls. Does that sound fine?" she negotiated. Bakugo just shrugs. "Fine, whatever, as long as I get my money and have as little to do with the old consort as much as possible." "Blue, you're going with her to get the reward while I go to get the magic crap, and I'll meet you at Baldy's place afterward," he ordered his sidekick. Neia, however, didn't like the idea of being with a royal that close to the castle. "Do I really have to, Sir Baka-chan? To be that close to the castle by myself?" she asked, not looking happy about the idea, which Melty thought it was weird considering how outgoing Neia was earlier. Bakugo then sighs, "Fine then, Kirishima will go with you. If anything happens, let him sick on any bastard that tries anything on you," he tells her, with Kirishima turning into his small form as he jumps on Neia's shoulder. Neia still didn't like the idea of being with Melty, but she knew Bakugo won't take no for an answer and just shrugs to herself. "Fine then, sir, I'll be sure we get the reward." Melty then turns with a smile to say her goodbyes one more time. "Again, thank you for everything and I hope to meet you again soon." Bakugo then turns around away from her. "Whatever," he mumbles out loud again, and with that the group split as Bakugo goes to the magic shop while everyone else goes toward the castle. As they walk to the palace, Melty attempts a friendly conversation. "I admit I never thought I'd meet such an interesting group of people, Miss Neia. Say after my business is done here, I would like to meet all of you again. I'd like us to get know each other more. Maybe I could invite all three of you to dinner tonight at the castle as an extra reward for your services." But all Melty heard was silence as Neia continued to rudely ignore her with Kirishima resting on her shoulder. Melty was still not sure why she was acting like this and it made her uncomfortable. She finally asked, "Is something the matter, Miss Neia? I apologize if I accidentally said something to offend you in some way. How about Will you just shut up already, you brat?" Neia finally shouted at her, surprising and shocking the princess. Neia finally stopped walking and looked at Melty sternly with an angry look on her face. "Listen here, I don't care about anything to do with you or your awful family. Your father is a bigoted tyrant and your sister is nothing but a demon. So I imagine you're no better than any of them. I imagine all of your kindness is nothing more than some act to trap either me or my master for your own sadist pleasure." Neia finally tells off the princess with all of her emotional rage out now. Melty was just confused to what she was saying, but she also felt hurt that she would say such things to her own family. She wasn't sure what happened between her family and Neia, but whatever it was, it hurt the young woman emotionally. But I don't understand. Just listen to this. Stop trying to be nice to me anymore. I don't want to be your friend or anything, so enough of that. And if you try anything against my master in any way, I'll be sure you will suffer a fate 10 times worse. Do you got it? Nu told off Melty once more with a mad look on the elf warrior's face. Melty didn't know how to respond and just nods yes. Nu then turns back toward the castle. Good, now let's get this escort quest over with. Melty continues to walk along, but her mood was now of sadness. She didn't know what her family did, but she could tell Na was putting her anger of them on her just for being related to them. She wants to better explain herself, but she knew now was not the best time with Na. She just continues to walk with Na, as Melty then thinks to herself, "Father, sister, what have you done to her?" Bakugo visited the magic store owner again for some more magic-related items to be used in many different quests he had signed up for from other towns. It was honestly getting tiring to have to buy so many magic items just for certain quests or jobs. He wished he had someone who is a dedicated magic user so he wouldn't have to do everything the tedious way. But with his title of Shield Devil he wasn't going to get that anytime soon. Bakugo has a varied usage of magic powers, but he only excels in support and healing magic. Kirishima is a dragon so he was out, and his magic is more for combat than anything else, so she was limited to what she can do. But it will have to be something Bakugo would think about later. He also asked the witch store owner about the star thing next to his sidekick's level number in the status menu, and according to her it means that Na had reached her level limit, and is ready for a class up upgrade, which will allow her to level up again and gives her the option to pick whatever type of class she wanted and make her more powerful. This apparently applied to all non-cardinal heroes and teammates, even beasts like Kirishima can go for one when he reaches level 40. It all sounded good, but the big catch was that the only way to do it is through a ritual at the Dragon Hourglass. And the only one in the country was at the Three Heroes Church. One of the few places that Bakugo never wanted to go back to, and he knew the church folk wouldn't be fond of him being there either, remembering all the dirty looks they gave him last time he was there the night after his duel a little over a month ago. But Bakugo did not have much of a choice, and he wasn't going to let his sidekicks fall behind and let those other wannabe heroes champions get ahead of them. Bakugo finally heads off to find Na and Kirishima until he heard, "Hey Bakugo." Bakugo immediately looked up and quickly saw Motoyasu the spear hero in the air ready to strike at Bakugo. But Bakugo just holds up his shield and lets out casually, "Explosion shield." With the shield quickly transforming, Motoyasu's spear strikes the shield, only for him to receive a big explosion on himself that blasted him away across the ground on his back. Bakugo laughs at the idiot's expense, until Motoyasu got himself back up, angry at the shield hero. "That was such a cheap move, Bakugo." "What?" "The fact that you made yourself look like a bigger idiot than you already are. The idiot who alerted me in the first place when you stupidly shouted out my name?" He insults Motoyasu, which just makes the college kid angrier. "What are you even doing?" Bakugo continued and finally asked. Motoyasu finally answered, "Bakugo, I want a rematch on our duel. Me and you again, and this time with no more holdbacks from me." Bakugo just rolls his eyes on the nerd. "And what? You want to enslave my sidekick again if you by some miracle win? This has nothing to do with Na, Bakugo. This is between you and me as well as our dignities." Motoyasu responded. "Dignities? What stupid nonsense are you on now?" Bakugo wondered. "You purposely made a fool out of me that night we fought, and after that hardly anyone takes me seriously anymore because of you. Even kids mocked me over it. So I'm here to fight you to show everyone who is the true hero around here, while I at the same time will be the one to make you into the baby." Motoyasu answers, which just makes Katsuki look more annoyed. "I've also heard rumors that you have been impersonating this Saint of the Star Fruit guy, so I'm going to put a stop to that as well." Motoyasu continues. That makes Bakugo roll his eyes even more. Apparently this so-called hero didn't even know the fruit's name, which would have been obvious who created it. You really must have sheet for brains if that's all you care about. But if you want me to kick your ass again, I'll be glad. Outside of town in a few minutes. Bakugo accepts the duel with Motoyasu. "Oh, here will be fine." said a voice, and to Bakugou's displeasure that voice was the evil beach Malty, and by the looks of it got her injuries healed up along with her armor being repaired or replaced, again. And beside her were a few knights and 3 other girls, with the one in the green witch hat holding on to an active crystal ball. Bakugou looks pissed at Malty as she evilly smiles back at him while holding out an open legal decree. Under my authority, I officially declare this to be a legal duel between the Shield Devil and Sir Motoyasu. She announced to everyone in town. Bakugou then decided to mock her. Nice to see you again, Beach. I see your rotten mouth got fixed since last time. Maybe after I deal with your slot, you can duel with Blue again, and this time she can knock it clean off. Malty quickly grips her fist in anger and growls toward the shield hero. Just you wait, devil. Sir Motoyasu is a lot stronger than before, and once he has you on the floor, this time he'll be the one to make the world see how pathetic and weak you are. She angrily retorts back at him while holding out another scroll, and Bakugou caught a brief look on the words on it which stated, "List of ways to humiliate the shield devil." Bakugou laughed again at the idea of it. Ha 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 ha. Did you seriously wasted your times making a list in how to make me big? You really are all pathetic morons. Malty could barely hold her rage back as she grips on the scroll harder. Shut up. Your little beach baby insult will be nothing compared to what Sir Motoyasu will make you say. She then looked toward her left. Peasant girl, do you have the ball ready? She shouts at the young green hat witch girl. The girl didn't look happy to be doing this as she held out a crystal ball to record the event. It's ready, but is this really necessary? She answered and asked. I didn't ask for your opinion, just record the damn fight and everything afterward. Malty rudely responds as the poor girl withheld talking back and just activated the ball to record the fight. Motoyasu then turns back toward Bakugou and smiles. Good, now let's start. Airstrike javelin. Without a second thought, the spear hero launches a long-range magic attack with his spear transforming into energy. Bakugou quickly blocks the attack and deflects the energy spear toward the sky as it explodes away from the people. Motoyasu continued to attack aggressively, creating and throwing more energy spears at Bakugou, not caring about the people around him, with some stray blasts exploding at some of the tops of the buildings, with some of the debris nearly hitting some of the regular people despite Katsuki's efforts to contain the damage of Motoyasu's idiocy. Unlike Motoyasu, Bakugou was trying to minimize his damage to not hurt anyone, but he still fought back as he fires numerous small concentrations of blasts from his quirk at Motoyasu as the spear hero gets continually hit by Bakugou's concentrated explosions. They stung bad, but Motoyasu wasn't going to let it stop him and continued to throw more airstrike javelins at Bakugou. Bakugou quickly saw where this was going if it kept up like this, with the battle leading to more needless damage, which no doubt will be blamed on him. He quickly launched himself up in the air with his quirk and continued to remain up there. Motoyasu continued launching out his magic spear attacks at Bakugou, this time away from the civilians. But Bakugou easily dodges or blocks them with the shield, and fires more shots at Motoyasu from above. Motoyasu eventually tires himself after realizing this wasn't going anywhere and the concentrated blasts were annoying him. Are you a coward now, Bakugou? Why don't you get back down here and fight like a man? He taunts Bakugou, wanting him to get back down. Motoyasu knew better than to waste all of his mana like he did in the last duel. Bakugou then smiles. Very well. Die. He yells and dive bombs back down in fast as he accelerates himself toward Motoyasu. The speed of his descent surprised Motoyasu, but he still attempts to attack Bakugou and runs toward the diving hero. When Bakugou falls near Motoyasu, the spear hero attempts to strike him with a magic-powered attack. The two heroes clashed as the shield holds out from above as the spear attempts to pierce through the powerful shield's defense. Intense magic was bursting through the two weapons, with everyone looking on at the duel as the two heroes attempt to overpower the other. This went on for a few seconds with the two at a stalemate, until Bakugou just moves his other hand out at Motoyasu's face, and before he could react, boom! Bakugo blasts Motoyasu in the face, breaking his hold on the shield hero as he steps back from the pain on his face. When Bakugo landed back on the ground, he quickly jumps at Motoyasu with both hands out and boom. The double explosions launch Motoyasu out of the cramped neighborhood into a more open area by a bridge that was over the capital's canal. Motoyasu felt hurt, but he was not going to lose again to Bakugo and quickly got himself back up. Despite the pain, the spear hero grips his spear harder as Bakugo slowly approaches Motoyasu with a smug grin. How in the hell couldn't I pierce through his defense? My spear should have had greater attack power than that shield's defense? Motoyasu thinks to himself, as he waits for his opponent to walk up to him. He decided to check his status screen to see his opponent's level, and to his horrid surprise, 60. But I'm only level 55? How in the hell did he surpass me as a shielder? He yells inside his head, confused by the fact Bakugo in terms of levels was above him now. But Bakugo was almost at the bridge and Motoyasu decided to ignore the levels and got himself back in battle-ready position as he grips his spear harder. Bakugo proceeds to crack his knuckles while he was still walking. Now we are in a more appropriate area to fight in. I can now go all out on new ponytail slot. He mocks the spear hero. Motoyasu growls in anger as he steadies himself for round 2. In the meantime, Malty was scheming a little away from the two heroes with Motoyasu's other companions. Okay girls, do whatever you can to distract or blast at the shield devil during the fight, and Motoyasu will have the upper hand again. She orders the other girls in Motoyasu's team. The witch girl though thought it was all foolish, but didn't you do that last time and you ended up being blasted through a wall? You shut up and just continue recording. She yells at the girl who just sighs as Malty and the other girls ready their attacks from behind back at the fight. Bakugo finally makes it up to the small bridge in front of Motoyasu as they both ready themselves again. Both were eager to fight and win. But just when they were about to start the duel again. Stop. Put your weapons away. Shouted a voice. It caught both Bakugo's and Motoyasu's attention as well as Malty's to her displeasure. It was Melty with Na and Kirishima and a few other guards. She holds out a scroll similar to what Malty had. It was yet another decree. Many of the soldiers surrounding the battle were all kneeling before Melty, including the ones by Malty, which didn't help her mood. I absolutely forbid the heroes fighting among themselves. She shouted, putting her foot down on the matter. Malty got enraged by her little sister's sudden appearance. What the hell are you doing back here? She demanded with hate in her tone. It's been way too long, dear sister, she responds back as Melty walks up toward her mad older sister. I hope that you didn't think that you or the hero's privilege will cover up this mess. The damage that has been done is here for everyone to see. She continued, but Bakugo didn't like the interruption. Hey blue hair. I didn't ask you to stop the fight. I'm fine with kicking this loser's ass. He shouts at the young princess. Sir Shield Hero, do you not realize what this battle has done to this part of the city? She retorts back at Bakugo, wondering why he wants to continue what her sister obviously started in the first place. That's why I blasted this speech, baby, to this bridge. Now we can fight without any bystanders getting hit by this idiot's attacks. Hey! Motoyasu reacted back. I'm sorry, but regardless of your view on it, I'm not letting this continue. I especially don't want my sister to continue to abuse her authority like this. Melty asserts back to Bakugo, who was getting annoyed by the girl. Malty then walked up toward the bridge to Melty. Little sister, I'm just doing my job as the spear hero's aide, that's all. Does that also include sucking his tiny dick, war? Bakugo mockingly insults Malty. Mine gets angry and attempts to stomp her way toward Bakugo until her sister jumped in. Alright, stop this, both of you. But sister, I don't care what excuses you're making up. I know how you like to manipulate people, so this will stop by my authority. You especially don't want me to be telling mom about this. Melty tells off her sister, as well as getting in the way of the shield hero who wasn't helping with the situation. But as that was going on, Motoyasu thought to himself, perhaps I might as well take this opportunity to get out of this fight. I don't know what the hell this maniac has done to get this strong, but I need to get stronger fast if I'm going to humiliate him properly. I need to curb stomp him next time, not barely make it through. Mine sister is at least allowing me to end this duel without looking too cowardly. I told you I don't need your help, blue hair, I can handle this fine. Bakugou talks back. Shield hero, I'm trying to stop violence from happening here, not encourage it. As I said before, the heroes shouldn't be fighting with each other, which includes you. Melty asserts again to Bakugou, who was just getting annoyed by this back and forth talk. She then looks toward Motoyasu, and Spear Hero, you should be ashamed of yourself for igniting a fight at a public area in the first place for very petty reasons, and letting my sister get away with so many things. Melty scolds Motoyasu. But Motoyasu took this opportunity to end things for now. Alright, fine, whatever Bakugou, we can always fight another day without any distractions. But this is not over yet. He tells off Bakugou. So you're basically giving up ponytail slot? Bakugou mocks Motoyasu, clearly seeing this as a way for the spear hero to chicken out of the fight. No, this is just a temporary pause for now. Next time we can fight without anyone butting in to break it up. Motoyasu excuses back. So you're just giving up with a convenient excuse. Bakugou continues to mock with Motoyasu just growling in anger at him. Mine wanted the fight to continue, but she knew with her sister around her authority will mean nothing as long as she's in the presence of the public and the soldiers. Bakugou was annoyed he couldn't continue the fight, but he did find it amusing that Mine was being told off by her little sister and she can't do anything about it. Neia then finally decided to walk up to Bakugou with Kirishima jumping off of her shoulder back onto Bakugou's shoulder. Sir Bakugou, are you okay? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine, I've just dealt with beaches and slots nonsense again. He responded with Neia relieved. When Motoyasu noticed her, he then slowly walked up to Neia making an awkward smile. Oh Ahana, it's good to see you again. He speaks up nervously to her, with Neia not amused to see the same idiot again that almost had her enslaved. Look, I wanted to talk to you earlier weeks ago at Lautor at the castle, but a lot of stuff had been happening so it wasn't appropriate for me to talk to you then. He continued. Neia was curious about what he had to say and just held her arms crossed to listen. Motoyasu then continued as he rubs the back of his head with an awkward smile. Neia. I'm sorry about accusing you of stealing Mine's ring and nearly punishing you for it. The whole thing was just some weird misunderstanding and I overreacted. So I hope we can be on even terms after this. He finishes as the spear hero reaches his hand out to Neia, expecting her to immediately shake back. Bakugou just rolls his eyes at that, knowing it was a half-hearted apology, barely acknowledging his own stupidity and downplaying the whole serious event like it was a minor inconvenience. Things were silent for a few seconds as Motoyasu persists to hold his hand, looking more awkward by the second while Neia continues to stare at it. She then finally smiles. Okay, I accept your apology. She then extends her hand to shake Motoyasu's hand. As they shake, Motoyasu smiles normally again. Thank you Neia, I am glad we can. Neia then activates her electric ability and Motoyasu receives thousands of volts of electricity through his body as the hero screams in pain. After a few more, extremely painful seconds of this, Neia stops and lets go of his hand. Motoyasu stood still with his eyes wide open from the pain with his hair completely puffed out from the static electricity. You're lucky I only used 5% of my power ponytail slot. She insults him. Both Melty and Malty were horrified by that, but Bakugou just smiles. Ha, that's what I'm talking about, Blue. Good one. He congratulates her with his hand out with Neia clapping it back, having a good feeling of accomplishment in herself. Melty was a bit shocked by it, though she did wonder if Neia's hatred of her had something to do with what the spear hero along with her sister did before she came along for such a reaction to the spear hero apologizing for something. Motoyasu attempts to move away, still in pain from the intense shock, but was slowly gaining his senses back, especially as his other teammates attempt to heal him from that. Sir Motoyasu, are you alright? The witch girl asked. Yeah, I just feel like fried chicken right now. Motoyasu barely answered, still in pain, while Bakugo and Neia laughed at him, which just pisses the spear hero off. After quickly getting, mostly, healed and fixed by his teammates and some of the guards, while still stuttering from the shock, he angrily walks back to Bakugo. As I said before, Bakugo, this isn't over yet. I'll put you back in your place and stop your nonsense. Bakugo looks back toward the spear hero, finding this amusing. What are you bitching on about now? You heard me, Bakugo. I don't know what awful things you keep putting into Neia's poor head, to get her to do stuff like this, but I'll one day help her get away from you. I'll put a stop to your antics along with that stupid lizard thing you got there. Motoyasu taunts back, now getting Kirishima to angrily growl back as he jumps off Bakugo's shoulder and decided to walk behind the spear hero. Both Neia and Bakugo then smiled. Stupid, huh? Is that the right word you want to describe my dragon? He lightly taunts. Motoyasu continued to mock the dragon. Really, that's a dragon? That's pathetic for someone who wants to be the best around. I can't believe you choose to pick a complete runt to be your living garbage disposal. Motoyasu then suddenly hears the sound of flames behind him as well as a sudden shadow over him. Motoyasu slowly looks to see Kirishima, now giant, behind him. And, before Motoyasu could say anything, Kirishima literally swallowed Motoyasu almost whole, all but his arms and legs. Kirishima then lifts him up as the wannabe hero drops his spear and the dragon begins to swing and fling his head around, with Motoyasu panicking and screaming in his mouth. Ahhh, help. Somebody help me. Ahhh. Bakugo laughs out loud by the whole thing, with Neia giggling along. Melty was horrified, just as was mine, Sir Motoyasu. She screams, then looks back angrily at Bakugo while he continues laughing at the spear hero's expense. You demon. As princess of this land, I order you to curtail your monster. Now. She demanded. Sorry, what was that? I don't speak Chinese, mind saying that in my language. Bakugo mocked back and continued laughing out loud. Melty was absolutely furious as she could barely hold back her rage. Fine. I'll kill the damn beast then. She then raised her arms out ready to blast fire at Kirishima. She then turns toward Motoyasu's other partners and some of the guards. Be ready to fire at the beast as we aim for it. Huh? She orders them, but then the girls and guards were all ducking down on the ground. What the hell are you? But, when Melty turns to look back, she sees Kirishima turning his body, then smack! Kirishima strikes Melty with his tail and sends her flying until she crashes into a fruit stand where she gets covered up in fruit with her armor damaged. Again. Kirishima once more flings the helpless hero in his mouth as he continues to scream for help. Melty looked worried and turns toward Bakugo. Sir Shield Hero. Please, I order you to stop this. Please control your dragon. She ordered. Oh come on, this is comedy gold. Bakugo responds as he continued to record the whole event through his crystal ball shield. Melty didn't say anything else, but she did look at Bakugo angrily as he stared back at her. This continued for a few seconds until Bakugo finally just sighs. Alright, fine. He then looked back at his dragon. Kirishima spit him out now. You shouldn't be eating garbage anyway. Kirishima responds as he spits out Motoyasu from his mouth back on the ground, with Motoyasu's groaning in disgust as he is completely covered in dragon saliva with his armor chewed up and ruined. Again. Ah gross, it's all over me. And it smells like gasoline. He whines, trying to wipe off some of the drool. He then looked angrily back at Bakugo and he grabs his spear again. You'll pay for this, Bakugo? Oh so scary, what am I going to do against the beach baby? Bakugo mocks again at the spear hero. I mean it literally, you're going to pay for my damage armor, Bakugo. Motoyasu raised his voice, just mad by all of the repeated humiliation. Bakugo just looks up at his dragon again. Hey Kirishima, up for seconds? This time you can chew harder. Kirishima looks back at Motoyasu, licking his lips, showing some of his sharp teeth. Motoyasu's anger immediately turned to fear as he quickly panicked and made a run for it to escape the dragon as he tried to eat him again, but he wasn't going to bother to chase him. This isn't over yet, Bakugo. I'll get you for all of this next time. He finally screams until he was out of everyone's sight. Many of the townsfolk were all talking with each other. Wow, what a wimp. Yeah, he couldn't even damage the shield hero. Had the princess not stopped the fight, he would have definitely lost. Is he really the spear cardinal hero? He just allowed himself to be beaten up by a demi-human and a dragon like that? Well, this is the same loser who allowed himself to be forced to say that he was a beach baby by the shield hero. Yeah, to think the shield hero is the strongest of the heroes. The townsfolk gossip, reflecting on the general opinion on the spear hero in the kingdom. The soldiers then went to get Malty up from the destroyed stand. She was still covered in broken fruit and was full of rage from the humiliation and just groans and growls to herself as she turns away from the shield group to find Motoyasu again. She first walked toward the mage girl with a crystal ball. I'm guessing we won't be using that take, huh? The girl joked, trying to lighten the mood. But it didn't work for Malty as she grabs the crystal ball and throws it onto the ground, shattering it in anger, not needing to say a word. She storms off again with the girl and the rest of Motoyasu's teammates following her. Melty sighs to herself from all of that. Ha, we sure showed them, sir. Na cheered to her master. Hell yeah. Bakugou agreed as he pets his giant dragon as he turned back to his teenage size with Bakugou petting him, though it would have been better had I been allowed to continue my beating of Ponytail Slot's ass. He continued while he stared at Melty. Sir I mean shield hero, I was just trying to protect the people, not to continue the violence. Melty tried to justify to Bakugou, but she could tell he didn't care as he just huffs and continued to pet his dragon. Melty then continued, but anyway, shield hero, I would like to discuss with you privately, it's important. Despite not happy that she butted in on his business, he might as well hear what the queen of this country wanted from him to send in her daughter and heir out for. After a minute of walking, the crew and the princess went into an alleyway, away from the public, to talk privately. Okay, blue hair, what do you want? Bakugou immediately demanded as he is leaned against a wall, having his arms crossed with his dragon in his smaller size on her shoulder, and next to him with her arms crossed as well, with a cautious look in her eye, waiting to see if the girl tried anything. Melty then finally speaks up. Sir shield hero, or do you prefer Sir Ka-chan? It's Katsuki Bakugou. Ka-chan is just a fake name I use. Bakugou corrected, seeing no point in hiding his identity anymore. Fake name? Why would you? Never mind, Sir Bakugou, let me properly introduce myself again. You don't have to tell me the same bullshit formalities again, just get on with it. Melty sighs but continued, alright then, Sir shield hero. I have been informed by my mother the queen, that my father the king has been mistreating you. Ah. That's a damn understatement. That inbred bastard has treated me like shit since I got forcibly summoned in this godforsaken place. I'm very sorry for my other family's actions, Sir Bakugou. I understand you and your partner are not on the best terms with my father right now, but my mother has summoned me back to Melromarc to help patch things up with you two. Patch things up? Ah. Yeah, good luck with that. Bakugou mocked. Melty was getting irritated by the shield hero's attitude, but she continued to act professional while Bakugou continued to listen. So please, Sir shield hero, if you can come with me to the castle, we can meet with father and straighten this out. Melty requested. It was a bit to take in. Bakugou already knew that the queen was quite against her husband's stupidity if her shadow's words meant anything. But the fact that she was sending out her other daughter to directly talk to him, it probably meant something. While Bakugou continued to think about it, Neia was quick on her own conclusion. Ha, like Sir Bakugou is going to believe that, you little sure fine. Bakugou suddenly answered after thinking it through. It completely surprised Neia. What? Sir Bakugou, are you actually serious? Does it look like I'm joking to you? He responds back to his sidekick, who was still confused as to why he was suddenly trusting the princess of the royal family. Melty on the other hand was happy that he agreed. That's great. Thank you, Sir Bakugou, let's head to father right away, and hold on a second, blue hair. Bakugou interrupts, not done speaking to her yet, which confused the young girl. Before I will go, I demand to be paid 10 gold pieces before I go in to talk to that bastard," he continued. Melty was surprised and was also irritated by that request. "Wait, what? You're saying I have to actually pay you to just talk to father to clear your name?" she asked, looking annoyed at the shield hero who was being so unreasonable when she is trying to help him out. "Hey, if I'm going to be stuck listening to that consort's bullshit, I might as well make a lot of money out of it. Speaking of which, Blue, did she even pay the 10 gold for even transporting her?" Bakugo continued as he turned toward his partner. "No, she hasn't paid for that yet. Before we even got to the castle she heard about the fight with you and the spear hero, so we quickly ran back to you. She hasn't paid a copper yet," Neia answered, still unsure why he was even considering this to begin with, even if there was money in it. Melty still couldn't believe how ungrateful the shield hero was acting, but despite her irritation she gave out some deep breaths and says, Okay Sir Bakugo, if I pay you your 20 gold, 10 for my transportation and the 10 for your fee, will you at least try to talk with my father and we can finally sort this mess out?" she negotiated. While still not too big and going back to the castle, the money was exactly what Bakugo asked for and was honestly curious to how this will turn out with the girl involved, so he agreed, "Alright, fine. But I want my money up front first before I waste my time with the consort if anything happens." He begrudgingly agreed. Melty was happy that it was finally settled. "That's great, meet me inside the castle before the end of the hour and we will settle things straight with you and father." She finishes and turns toward the direction back to the castle with Bakugo and Neia watching from behind. After some time walking through town, Team Bakugo were finally at the castle again. Despite some resistance from the guards, they were forced to stand down under Melty's request. The crew walked through the large halls of the castle as the guards and some of the castle staff turn away from him with ugly looks. Bakugo wasn't surprised, but he didn't care either, as he and his crew were finally at the throne room doors with Melty waiting there excitingly. "Great. Here we are now. We can finally help fix your grievances with father and clear any wrongdoing against you," Melty says with some enthusiasm. Bakugo on the other hand was not, as he walks up to the princess. "Whatever, blue hair, where's my money?" he demanded with his hand out. Melty sighs as she holds out a coin sack. "Alright, here you go sir, Bakugo, 20 gold as promised." Bakugo quickly grabs the sack and looked inside to make sure the girl wasn't scamming him. After he finished counting, Bakugo was ready. "Alright, let's just get this bullshit over with. Please at least try to be civil, and I can help fix your troubles with father," Melty requested politely as she orders the guards to open the throne doors. Melty walks in first as she approaches her father while he was sitting on his throne with Bakugo and his crew following in with him. King Altkrea looked happy to see his younger daughter that he barely gets to interact with. "Ah Melty, it's so nice to see you again, it's been so." But that happy face immediately turned to one of anger as soon as he saw Bakugo's face, who looked equally as angry at him. "What the hell are you doing here, demon? Who allowed you in the castle grounds?" he immediately snapped at Bakugo. "Nice to see you again, consort. I see you haven't changed at all. As senile and incompetent as last time." Bakugo insults back, which only angered the king more. "For the last time, you brat." "It's king," he yells back. Melty was starting to worry now, with this meeting going off on a very bad start. "Well father, your title is king consort of Melromarc, so you're both technically right." Melty attempts to calm them down. "I don't care what my title technically is. He's nothing more than a selfish, self-centered brat, with no respect to the law or to authority." "Ah. That's rich coming from you, when all of those things describe your war of an older daughter," Bakugo yells back. Things were already getting tense, as the two continue to look at each other dead in the eyes as Melty does all she can to ease the situation. Alright. Let's all be civilized here. I was the one who summoned the shield hero here under mother's request. She asked me to get you two to talk and finally deal with your hatred of each other," she shouts, trying to bring order. The king may hate the shield hero, but he did respect his daughter, so he sighed and held himself back. "Okay fine Melty, I'll allow it, but don't expect much from a demon. He says his daughter who was happy things were going fine again. Okay then, now I'm aware that you have been mistreating shield hero Katsuki Bakugou as of late, and mother wants. Mistreated? It's called being punished for his crimes. If anything, he's been left off easy. Alt-Gray interrupted and made a point to say that toward the pissed off shield hero. Melty felt confused by that statement. Crime? Father, what do you mean? This monster had attempted to rape your older sister in an alleyway on the second night he was summoned. The king quickly answered, pointing at angry Bakugou. What? Melty shouted in confusion. Her mother never said anything about that. It was a serious crime, but she was thinking if it was even true. Bakugou isn't a pleasant person, but why would someone like Neia follow him if that was the case? This didn't sound right to her. Bakugou then spoke out. The only witness to that event was that rotten war princess you called a daughter. You didn't even bother with any other evidence or even allowed me to speak out. You incompetent hack. Your word meant nothing. The trial had been closed and you were found guilty. You're lucky I didn't punish you in worse ways. Yeah, and what about Paleface? He had a few things to say in that trial and you just threatened him out of it. Please, shield hero. Father, can we just be? I did that for his own good. The sword hero shouldn't have anything to do with your crimes. You're so full of shit. You did that because he would have given me a case and you didn't want me to look innocent out of all of that and make your lying beach daughter look bad. Alright. Melty yells, trying to get them to listen to her. Please let me speak. Okay, so there was probably some sort of misunderstanding or missing details from that night of the crime. Perhaps if we reopen the case we can have a chance to. There is no need for a retrial. I know this devil has done this, and he deserves no such treatment from any of us. Alt-Cray interrupted her. Father, please. Melty shouts at Alt-Cray, trying to make him understand reason. Neia then spoke up. You think your judgment is still perfect? You nearly had me enslaved from your daughter's lies. Silence, you damned me. Alt-Cray snaps at Neia. Father. Melty shouted, surprised that he would say something like that. Bakugou of course wasn't going to stay silent. You shut the hell up, you bigoted bastard. Blue can say whatever the hell she wants to you. Just as I will say to you. Sir Shield Hero, can you are nothing more than a damn brat. A child who was never disciplined. You ought to show respect after what I have provided for you. Alt-Cray shouts, getting angrier as he starts to completely lose his temper. Bakugou laughs at that. Respect? Ah. You kidnapped me from my homeworld and forced me to do this stupid cardinal hero crap. Where the hell was your respect for me? Will you too, please? You don't deserve respect. You're nothing more than a rapist criminal. You didn't even show me the lick of respect before even any of that bullshit happened. Father. Mr. Bakugou. But Bakugou and the king were completely ignore Melty's pleas. What are you even talking about, you brat? Since I got here, you deliberately ignored me after the three idiots announced themselves, and after that you could barely be bothered to remember my name. You bitch about me calling you consort. Well, tell me, when was the last time you even said my real name, you piece of shit? You're just a damn shielder. Why should I even bother with you to begin with? Yeah, the damn shielder who stopped the last wave. The shielder who stopped a mad quack, the shielder who stopped a revolution from Bow Beach, the shielder who stopped an evil corrupt lord, and the shielder who kicked the ass of your war daughter's beach baby. You stop calling my daughter a war, you rapist monster. Then forking remember my damn name. Melty was completely silent since then as the two yelled and insulted each other back and forth with neither of them listening to her anymore. But after enough yelling and insults the king was done. That's it. I've had it with this nonsense. Get the hell out of my castle and take your filthy animals with you. The king shouts as he gets up from his throne and heads out of the room. Melty tries to stop him. Father. No, please. Mother is going to, but it seemed that even his daughter's plea fell on deaf ears as the king ignores her and left the room. Bakugou just huffs and turns toward the way out. Come on, Blue, let's get out of here already. He orders his sidekick. Melty turned to stop him. Wait, Sir Bakugou. Please let me talk to father privately and maybe we can fix this. She tried to plead to him. But Bakugou didn't care. You do whatever you want, but I'm not going to just be wasting my time here anymore. I got a world to save and idiots to prove wrong. He finally said to her as he moves out of the throne room with his sidekick who was just as eager to leave this place. Please, wait. Sir Shield Hero. Melty plead again, but just with Alt-Cray it fell on deaf ears as Bakugou and his crew head out the throne door. Melty stared down at the floor feeling like a complete failure. She promised her mother that she would help fix this, but nothing turned out as planned. If she couldn't even help the two from arguing like this, what kind of queen would she be? She also still felt great pain from her father, who would normally listen to anything she had to say, to now completely ignore her and act so unreasonable toward the shield hero and calling Neia an animal. She then said to herself, "Father, what has happened to you?" After the disastrous meeting, Bakugou and his crew were finally out of the castle. They then head toward the Three Heroes Church Cathedral for Neia to get her class upgrade, though the young elf girl wasn't told about it yet. "So why are we going to the church, Sir Bakugou? I thought you hated this place as much as the castle." "I do, but if you're going to get stronger we need to just get the class upgrade, so let's just get this stupid thing done already," he answered, not liking the idea of being at the church. He treated it like ripping off a band-aid, just go in and get it over with. After a few minutes of walking they finally made it to the church and went inside. Despite the ugly faces of many of the church folk, the crew made it to the dragon hourglass where a group of nuns was guarding. They saw the shield hero approach them and were forced to speak with him. "May I help you, shield hero?" a nun asked, but in an uninterested manner, as if she didn't really care what he had to say. "Listen, church creeps, I heard this was where the stupid class upgrade thing happens at, and my sidekick needs one, so just do whatever and me her are out of here," Bakugou demanded bluntly, wanting to get in and out as fast as possible. The nun wasn't a fan of talking to him, but she had no choice but to continue speaking with Bakugou. "Yes, we do provide class upgrades, but it requires the fee of 15 gold pieces per partner." It was an outrageous price, just to break the class level barrier. But Bakugou didn't want to waste time to argue. With all the money they earned from all the quests and all of the jobs thanks to Kirishima's flight, he has more than enough money to pay for half a dozen sidekicks for class upgrades. Bakugou quickly gets out a coin bag of 15 gold from his shield inventory. "Fine, here, just do it now," he demanded. The nun was surprised that the shield devil could have this much money to himself already, but she wasn't about to argue with him and just sighed. "Very well then, if you're demi-human we'll just hold it," shouted a voice from behind, and it was another nun older than the other ones and most likely in higher ranking. She holds out a scroll that turned out to be a legal decree. "Our apologies, we have made a mistake. But we are forbidden to be giving the Shield Heroes team class upgrades. It's a direct order from His Majesty," she informs the Shield Hero. This did not help Bakugou's mood. "What? Are you cheating me?" He explodes toward the nun, frightening her and the other nuns. Bakugou angrily takes back his money as he stomps his way toward the nun. He then aggressively grabs the decree. "Let me see that." Bakugou reads over the decree. A lot of it was overly flowery legal jargon, but it basically stated that the shield hero was now forbidden to class up by order of King Alt-Cray Melromarc and signed by him. It seemed that the king did this to spy Bakugou from earlier. That petty bastard. Bakugou gets pissed off, and from his anger he blows the decree up into flames, scaring the head nun even more. She then attempts to curtail him. "Sir Shield Hero, this is not a place of shut up. I've been forced here against my will and I have been the one that ended the last wave. I'm the only competent one around here. So you're going to upgrade my sidekick now? Or I'm going to show you what a real devil is like." He continued to explode on the nun, expelling all his anger he had on Alt-Cray on the church, that going along with his orders without question. The head nun was now terrified out of her mind and ran off in fear. "Hey, get back here. We're not done," Bakugou yelled as he runs after the elder nun. The other nuns in the room had also run off in fear from the evil shield demon. Neia, who had Kirishima on her shoulder, just sighed while she stood there. Well, here we go again, she commented as she walks off toward Bakugo. The nun continued to run in fear as the angry shield hero follows her in rage. I'm not done here, you overzealous freaks. Get my damn partner upgraded, he threatened as Ne follows along behind him. The nun continued to panic until they heard a familiar soothing voice. Sister Kairi, what is going on here? Asked the voice. The nun turned along with all the other heads in the cathedral to the voice, and saw none other than His Graciousness, Pope Bomis of the Three Heroes Church. Bakugo also took notice and finally stopped his anger bout as he gets a good look at one of the most important people in this country. He still remembered his face from his and Motoyasu's duel, and he wasn't sure what to expect from him. Once up toward the nun, the Pope finally spoke again. Sister Kairi, what is the matter? Why are you showing fear in God's holy church? The nun quickly bowed toward her Pope. My apologies, Your Grace. But this monster of a child has disgraced these holy grounds with his threats of harm and violence. She defends herself as she looked back at Bakugo, who continued to stand there. But the Pope then held his hand toward her. Now Sister Kairi, let's not be rude to our guest who is also a cardinal hero. We must always look out for forgiveness to those under God's graces, he explains to the nun. Kairi was surprised to hear such words from his gratefulness toward the shield hero, but she didn't protest as she bowed to him again. Of course, my lord, I'm sorry if I have sinned. No worries, God will always smile to those that continue to follow His word, the Pope preaches to the woman as he turns back toward Bakugo as he and his bodyguards walk up to the shield hero, who continued to stand there with Ne, who finally catches up with her team leader. She looked just as curious to see the kingdom's religious head in person. Once up toward Bakugo, the Pope finally speaks to him. Welcome, shield hero, to our church. I'm very humble to be meeting you in person. I remember seeing your magnificent duel at the royal palace a month ago, and I must say you did splendidly well. Though Bakugo wasn't big on the Pope's preachy nature. Yeah, and what? Am I supposed to be thankful for that? Bakugo responds rudely. The Pope's bodyguards immediately got offended. How dare you be disrespectful to His Holiness? Such acts should be. But the Pope forced them to back down. No need to get violent here. The shield hero had been through a lot lately, so I can understand his grievances with the crown right now, so I'll let him be right now, he calmly told his guards, who immediately backed down but still kept an eye out on the shield devil if he tries anything. Bakugo continues to stare at the holy man with angry contempt, wondering what he was even bothering with him for. The Pope asked, so shield hero, what are you here for? And why did you hold so much anger toward Sister Kairi? Bakugo was still silent as he stared at the elderly man, but Ne decided to answer for him. Sir, Bakugo and I are here to get me a class up upgrade, but the woman told us we couldn't because of the king's decree stating that the shield hero cannot get one. The Pope scratches his chin on that answer, and after a few seconds of thinking he smiled and speaks to Bakugo again. I see, I can understand your anger, Sir Shield Hero. I would love to give your partner her upgrade, but unfortunately my authority does not exempt me from direct orders of the crown. However though, if you are willing to become a full-fledged member of the church I can make an exception. That statement shocked most of the cathedral, with the church folk wondering and thinking why the Pope would suggest such a thing. Sister Kairi even spoke out about it, but your gracefulness but the Pope puts out his hand at the nun to stop her. Now, God is always willing to forgive those that repent their sins, and those who are willing to join to help spread His truths and gospel, the Pope says to the nun as she backed down again. As Bomis looks back at Bakugo, I can also help absolve you of your crime from Princess Malty's accusation. After you and the other heroes deal with the next wave in about 10 days or so, I know of a secluded place where you, the princesses, the king, and the 3 heroes can meet privately away from the public eye, where I can give you a case to be pardoned from your crimes. He continued. The Pope then reaches his hand out toward Bakugo as he stared at it. So Sir Bakugo, are you willing to accept forgiveness from God? He asked. With Ne, she wasn't sure what to think of this. The Pope seemed like a nice enough guy and has done nothing against her or her master directly. But at the same time this seemed too good to be true, and she still doesn't know the Pope enough to completely trust him. The church environment was also honestly uncomfortable, with the church folk always looking at her with ugly faces or distrust. The priests worshipping multiple different gods back at home with her people never acted like this. She can't imagine spending a large amount of time with these people. So she was eager to see what her master will do. Bakugou continued to stare at the Pope's hand for a few more seconds with everyone else in the room anxious to see what will happen. The Pope stepped a little closer to Bakugou to see if he would make his mind up faster. "Did you hear me, shield hero, will you?" But finally, Bakugou slaps away the Pope's hand. This absolutely shocked the whole church, with the priests and nuns gasping with one even fainting by such an act. Bakugou finally spoke out after all of the time. "Stop your goddamn condescending bullshit. You take me as an idiot." The Pope was shocked, but he maintains his stance. "What do you mean, hero? You don't think I remember what you did at the duel, or more accurately what you didn't do? You were there as a witness for that event along with the idiot consort. And you clearly saw that beach princess cheating on the sides along with everyone else on that courtyard. And did you stop the fight? Did you penalize Ponytail Slot? Did you point out the blatant favoritism from the consort? No. You just sat your ass down on your chair in that fight and didn't do jack shit. You never cared about me. I didn't see you or the rest of your indoctrinated freaks come to help me in any capacity at any point. Not before or after I got accused of raping that beach. I don't know what the hell kind of agenda you have, but I'm not going to be some pawn to your bullshit. I don't care if I don't ever get that damn upgrade, I will never be involved with you freaks. And you can all rot in whatever hell you believe in for all I care." Bakugou finishes. The whole room was completely silent, with almost everyone shocked to see someone talk to the man closest to God like that and say such things to him. Except for Neia, she was going to support whatever decision Bakugou had in mind. The Pope stood there in silence and looked somewhat angered by that blunt rejection of his invitation. But that quickly disappeared and he went back to smiling again. "Very well, Sir Shield Hero, if that's your decision then I will not go against it. But you should be careful about what you do next. We all have our place and roles in life. I just hope you will remember yours." Bombus finally says to Shield Hero, being especially blunt on the last part as if he assigned a place for Bakugou already that he has been repeatedly defying. Bakugou had about enough of all of this though. "Forget this shit, Blue, let's get the hell out of here. Unlike before, we are not being paid to listen to this bullshit. So let them suffocate in their own incense." He orders his sidekick as Bakugou, Neia, and Kirishima still on her shoulder leave the church. Once they were out of the church, as the Pope continued to smile away from afar, Sister Kairi finally spoke out. "I still can't believe you allowed that devil to just talk to you like that. He should be punished for his sins." The Pope held out his hand again. Now Sister Kairi, we must learn patience, one of the virtues God respects. The unruly devil will eventually be dealt with. We just need to wait after the next wave and see how the other heroes handle the situation. If they cannot handle it like before, then..." The Pope then finished, giving a sinister smile. "Then it will be time for our gods to be replaced." Bakugou and Neia made it out of the cathedral as the shield hero continued to express his anger. "Well, that was a colossal waste of time. At least with the meeting with consort we got paid for it. We might as well never bothered." Neia couldn't blame him. It seemed that the crown is using all its power to screw over her master. "So what now, Sir Bakugou?" she asked. "I'm thinking about it. I'll figure out something. There's got to be some other way to do this stupid upgrade thing," he responds as he scratches his chin to think about it. "They say there's at least one hourglass in almost every country on this planet. Where the hell could we go to that won't take too long to get to?" he says out loud, with Neia trying to think about it herself. But, after a minute, Neia finally thought of an idea. "I got it, Sir Bakugou, we can go to Tervain. If most of the nations of the world really do have a dragon hourglass, then Tervain wouldn't be any different. And unlike here in Melromarc, the king actually likes you." Bakugou looks back at Neia. "Oh yeah, I forgot about Turban's kingdom. Well, what the hell do we have to lose? We might as well check. We're going back to Tervain, he announced with Kirishima jumping off his shoulder and quickly transforms into his giant adult form ready to fly out. Bakugo just shakes his head. Kirishima, we're fast traveling. It'd be nightfall before we get to Tervain by flight. He lectures his dragon. Kirishima was disappointed as he loved to fly, but he knew resisting his father won't accomplish anything and just transform back into his toddler form and jumps on his father's shoulder. Bakugo then activates his map shield and they soon fast travel to Tervain. At King Cardram's throne room he finished up listening to the last complaint from another nobleman. It was tiring to hear continuous complaints or grievances from random nobles around the kingdom, and usually for very petty things like one noble insulting another noble's great-grand-aunt or something. But at the same time he was glad that this was now the worst he had to worry about now. Thanks to the shield hero's efforts his kingdom has now stabilized again. Everyone was now happy with the king's rule, there was now plenty to eat, and they now have properly equipped armies to fight back against the waves. He was ready to leave for dinner, until he saw a servant come into the throne room. "Excuse me, your highness, but we have one more visitor who would like to speak to you. It's the shield hero, Katsuki Bakugou." Cardram was surprised to hear him back at his kingdom again so soon, but he didn't mind it. "Of course, he can come in immediately," he responded. After a minute of waiting the shield hero and his team come into the throne room, to see the king. Cardram expresses his gratitude. "Shield hero Bakugou, I'm happy to see you and your team here at my kingdom again. I'd like to thank you again for everything, especially for providing those Katsuki fruits. Thanks to them, we have more than enough food for everyone in the kingdom." He thanked Bakugo and Neia. While Bakugo enjoyed the change in atmosphere compared to Melromarc, he still wanted to get onward to business. "Look Turban, I hate to be asking for anything, but my sidekick has reached level 40 and needs a class upgrade, and those bastards at Melromarc are refusing to do so. So do you have a dragon hourglass for me to use?" Bakugo requested. Cardram scratches his chin and shakes his head with a disappointed look on his face. "I see, Sir Bakugo. Normally I would be glad to allow your partners to class up without any charge. But unfortunately at this time, the hourglass is currently out of commission." Bakugo and his team were confused by that. "What the hell do you mean out of commission?" Bakugo asked. Cardram then went on to explain why. "Sir Bakugo, you remembered after Kind's failed coup and the trial with the bow hero. And you remembered that I made a change in our state religion. That we would abandon any demonization of the shield hero and remove the bow hero's divinity. Well, you see, after doing that our nation's clergy were not remotely happy about it. They were saying that it was blasphemy and I was gravely sinning God's word and should be punished for such actions. After that they began protesting like the peasants were doing before when you first came here. But unlike before, it was only them, the citizens didn't care and ignored the protests. They knew better of who the shield hero really is, especially after you saved this nation." "Okay, so what does this have to do with the hourglass?" Bakugo asked. "Well, eventually the church realized that their protests weren't accomplishing anything and knew convincing the peasants to go against me again wasn't going to happen, so they all left the country in protest back to Melromarc with the threat of a crusade in the future. I'm not sure if they were being serious, but either way they ended up taking everything from the churches across the country, and unfortunately that included the sand of the dragon hourglass from the main cathedral. So because of that, as of now the hourglass is completely inactive." The king finished. Bakugo was grumbling in anger, pissed off that it seemed even outside of Melromarc the church was still screwing him over even unintentionally. Neia then asked, "Can you not get some more of the sand stuff?" "We can, but the process is not easy to do and only know by the church who left the country. We have to import the sand from elsewhere instead, and Melromarc is refusing to sell any as they are where the Three Heroes Church is headquartered at. So we had to order from Zeltubal, and that will take over 3 weeks to get here," he answered, not helping out. "Great, so we are stuck at square one again," Bakugo complained. "Maybe we could try another nation?" Like that Zeltable place. Neia suggested. Cardinal then spoke out on that. I don't recommend there. Zeltable is over 2 months away by wagon and 3 weeks by sea, so it would be a long journey just to upgrade your partner, and that is even if the Grand Counselor over there will even allow it. And the same would apply to Fabry and all of the other minor nations those two powers associate with. None of that sounded good to Bakugou. He imagines, even with flight it probably still take weeks to get to either of those nations, which by that time the next wave would have started wasting their time for nothing. Cardinal wasn't done though. If I have to recommend anything to you, Sir Bakugou, would be trying your luck with a demi-human nation. East of here is Siltvit and Shield Frieden. Unlike Melromarc, they worship the shield hero at the Grand, Holy Shield Church, so it will be easier for you to get them to give you and your partners their upgrades. Shield Frieden is relatively new though, so they are somewhat underdeveloped compared to other powers, so I'm not sure if they have a proper hourglass or not. Siltvit on the other hand is the largest and most powerful demi-human empire on the planet and where the Shield Church is headquartered, so they definitely have one. But I have to warn you about Siltvit. They may worship the shield hero there, but they are also an extreme demi-supremacist nation where the majority of humans are slaves. So be very cautious if you ever think of going there. Cardinal finally explained. It was a lot to take in, but Bakugou got most of it. It will have to be something to think about overnight, where he will hopefully figure it out by the next morning. Bakugou then just sighs in disappointment. Thanks anyway, I guess. It was wishful thinking that we get anything. Come Blue, let's just get back to Melromarc. He thanked him in his own Bakugou way as he and Neia head out for the door back to Melromarc. The king then said his goodbyes. Take care, shield hero, and good luck finding what you need. After that, Bakugou and his group fast traveled back to Melromarc. Later that night, Bakugou and his crew were eating at and enjoying the food with other groups of people dining in, while he continued to think about the whole upgrade issue. It seemed that their only option will have to be Siltvit. If Shield Frieden didn't have an hourglass, they'd be wasting their time, and the other major powers are too far away to go without spending days or weeks flying to get there. But even then it probably still take a few days to get to Siltvit, and the discrimination against humans doesn't sound fun. All to just get none upgraded, and he still had Kirishima to think about. He was still only level 37, so he still had a few levels to go to be able to get an upgrade himself. That will alone might take a day or two, to get to level 40 to not waste time taking 2 trips there even with fast travel later on. It will probably take another few days just to get to Siltvit's capital where the hourglass is most likely located at. Bakugou thought about waiting at least until after the next wave is dealt with, and he and his team will have the time to go there and deal with all of the demi-human politics over there. During their meal, Neia wanted to finally ask Bakugou something after having it in her head all day. Sir Bakugou, do you mind if I ask you something? She says to her leader. Bakugou immediately stopped thinking to concentrate back on his sidekick. Yeah, what is it, Blue? He asked while he ate his meal. Sir Bakugou, why did you trust Melty so much earlier? Like, I know you were still cautious and expected a reward from her, but why were you so willing to believe her despite her sister and father? Especially since on the same day you refused to trust the Pope? She asked. This had been on her mind all day and wanted a clear answer. Bakugou was quiet at first, seeing where the question was going, and finally answered her, because I could tell she was being genuine. You can tell through someone's deception easily through their body gestures, their eye movement, and the tone of their voice. I saw through her older sister's bullshit easily by how fake it was, as was the Pope's. Blue hair didn't have any of that. She was acting normal. At worst she is grossly naive, thinking she can get through to that idiot consort. Neia felt a bit empty in her stomach despite the meal. She dismissed and told off Melty earlier as not being different than her sister. Could she have been genuinely good to her and she was too stupid or dense to see through it? She then asked Bakugou, Sir Bakugou, do you think I might have been too hard on Melty? You're asking me that? I'm a hero, not a psychologist. I say you should always be cautious with anyone you don't know about. But it's your own problem to understand people and make up your own mind. and I won't be here forever to help judge people for you," he answered her. Neia was still confused, whether she should apologize and trust Melty again if she had the chance, or to continue to not trust her if she really was no different than her family and it was just an act. She trusted her master's judgment, but he was right. She would have to think for herself sometime soon and judge for herself. After that the crew went back enjoying the food with Kirishima also digging into some raw chicken legs. As Bakugo enjoys his wine right behind him, he was overhearing a conversation from two unfriendly-looking men wearing light plate armor and head tattoos on their arms. They were drinking while also talking with one another. "So Pike, how are the cows doing?" "The cows are fine, Merv, uncooperative and stubborn as usual, but they are now packed on the ship ready to go in about an hour from now." "Sounds good. We'll make big money once we sell them off out of Melromarc. And we don't have to listen to Captain Van barking out orders while he's out in sea." "I know, and just a few hours ago I've gotten myself quite the breed. Lots of strength. Behind that one, she might be our biggest sell soon." "Where did you find this cow at?" "Got her off a buyer from the spa today. She seemed very eager to get rid of it and I didn't complain." "The spa, huh? Interesting. Who was the broad you got it from?" "She called herself mine." Bakugo nearly spitted out his wine as soon as he heard that name. "Sir Bakugo, are you alright?" Neia asked from his reaction. "Shhh." Bakugo responded to Neia, who wasn't sure what he was doing but obeyed and just ate quietly. Bakugo then went from casually listening to completely focused on the two's conversation. "Mine never heard of her. Why was she selling off her cow?" Merv asked. "I don't know, something to do with the spear hero, but I'm not complaining. It's not my concern anymore. Like I said, we got all the cows packed in the ship and Captain Van and the others will be sailing off by the end of the hour and we can just sit and relax for the next few weeks." Pike answered. "Sounds good, but now this talk of cows is giving me the itch. Let's head down to the brothel to sleep through the night." Merv finished with Pike happy to go. "I'm all for it, let's go." He and his friend Merv then left their table to head for the local brothel. Bakugo automatically knew something wasn't right with these men. They don't look remotely like they were real cattle farmers, and he doubts the beach princess was now involved in livestock. There was definitely more to these cows that they were letting on, and he wanted the answer. Neia looked concerned, though not knowing anything about the conversation. "Sir Bakugo, are you sure you're fine?" she asked. "Blue, why don't we go out to do some cattle shopping?" Pike and Merv were out on the street heading toward the local brothel for their special entertainment. Until they heard, "Hey you two?" The two men were surprised and looked toward the voice from a dark alleyway. And from the shadows came out the shield hero with his arms crossed. "I overheard your discussion from the tavern about cows. If you're wondering, I'm interested in buying one off you," says Bakugo. The two were surprised at first, but they smiled again, realizing who this individual was. "Ah, the shield devil. You know it's not polite to be listening in on other people's conversations. It can get you in deep trouble," said Pike in a threatening manner, though Bakugo wasn't intimidated. Merv then spoke out. "But if you're wondering, those cows are not for sale. They're being exported elsewhere and is none of your business anyway. So get lost or we're calling the guards." Bakugo can tell they were not willing to talk and walked up closer to them. "Look, idiots, I just want to," but then the two men took out their swords toward Bakugo, who stared at them unfazed. "Now how about you get lost or we will just mug you of whatever you have on your corpse," Merv threatened as he and Pike smiled on. Bakugo then made a smirk of his own. "You two are even dumber than I thought." "Blue now?" "Huh?" the two men expressed in confusion, but as they turned their heads they saw Neia behind them launching her magic attack at the two. Merv and Pike were immediately blasted by the electricity, painfully stunning the two men as they dropped their weapons. Bakugo grabs the two and blasted them both into the dark alley. When the electrocuted men tried to get back up, Bakugo shouted, "Kirishima! Keep one of them down." The two then saw a dragon jumping off the roof of the building as he lands on Merv's body, as he used his claw wing to force his head in the ground as he squirms around trying to escape to no avail. Pike attempted to get up and run, but Bakugo blasted himself toward the man as he grabbed his armor collar and blasted him at a wall next to an old crate. Bakugo walks up to the stunned man and held his face down on the crate as he gripped down his arms on his back. While gripping forcefully on Pike's hands, Bakugo began his interrogation. "Okay, you bastard, now tell me what you are really selling," as Bakugo grips the man's arms harder. While in pain, Pike did finally speak. "Ow ow. We're just cattle farmers. You heard what we said before, right? Ow. Don't bullshit me. You two don't remotely look like farmers. And I know full well that bitch you met at the spa earlier didn't have any on herself. So what the hell are you actually selling?" Bakugo yells and demanded. Bakugo continues his painful grip, but despite the pain he wasn't changing his tone. "I already told you what we sell. Now let me go or I'll scream for the guards," Pike demands from Bakugo. Though Katsuki doubted that claim, considering he could have done that any time before this, including the time they drew out swords, so it was an empty threat and a bigger clue that what they were really selling was something they didn't want the guards to get a hint on. But he can tell that gripping his arm wasn't enough. He had to apply more painful measures to know the answers quick. He knew torture was not a very hero thing to do, but the ship they were talking about earlier was going to leave Melromarc soon, so they had no time to lose. He then turns to Na. "Blue, I want you to give him a bit of a shock," he ordered. Na heard him, but she was a bit uncomfortable about what will amount to torture. "Sir Bakugo, are you sure? I know these men threaten to attack you, but is this really necessary? Aren't you going overboard? Blue, these men were making deals with that beach princess who tried to enslave you. Do you think anything involving her is innocent?" Bakugo told Na, which surprised her that these men had something to do with Malty of all people. But the surprise quickly faded away as she walks up to the man with her feelings of Malty on her mind, as she placed her hands on his head. Pike wasn't sure what she was going to do, but that got quickly answered when she activates her magic and begins shocking him. It was painful as the man is electrocuted, with Bakugo still holding on to him as the shield hero doesn't flinch due to his high electricity resistance from his shield's bonuses. "Now tell me what you are selling, bastards, or I'll keep this up all night," Bakugo demands as Pike is continually in pain by the electricity. Merv attempted to say something to his friend with his head barely off the ground. "Pike, don't tell these bastards anything. You know what Van will do to us if Kirishima shut him up." Bakugo ordered his dragon as he proceeded to press his arm on the guy's face again in the ground as he squirms around some more. But Pike was stuck in continual pain as Na ups her electricity, making it more and more painful, making it harder and harder for Pike to stay quiet. After a half-minute of this, Pike couldn't take it anymore. All right. I'll tell you." "Blue, stop for now," Bakugo ordered once he heard that, with Na letting go so he can hear what Pike has to say. He then confesses, "All right, so we are not cattle farmers. We are drug smugglers. We have been buying shipments of illegal drugs from Zeltabul and we distribute and sell those drugs around the capital. That's all we really do. If you want, we can give you some of the..." "Ow ow ow." He cries in pain as Bakugo breaks some of his fingers. "You're lying. I've heard what you were saying earlier. What you were describing was not drugs. You were implying something alive. And you wouldn't be selling drugs if you were buying your cow from that war. So what the hell are you really selling?" "That is what we are selling, it's true," Pike continues to say while trying his best to not cry. "Blue again," he ordered Na, while she was hesitant to it before. She was less so now, seeing these were not moral men and were still hiding something worse than drugs. Na grabs his head again and electrifies him. The voltage was now greater than ever as he cries in pain, trying so hard to not expose the terrible truth. The pain kept coming and coming in greater amounts as Pike could barely hold himself together. The pain was getting worse and worse and was not stopping. Pike couldn't take it anymore and finally broke. "Okay, they're human females. They're human females." Na finally stopped and let go with the truth now exposed. Bakugo continued to hold on to him, wanting everything to be explained. "Mind telling me how you got these girls or my sidekick will be electrifying your balls next," he threatened. They were kidnapped. They're all mages with magic power behind them and they're going to be sold off to the highest bidder at an auction. Pike cries, confessing everything, not wanting to feel the pain again. Neia looked horrified and quickly got mad once she realized what he was saying. You're both sex traffickers. I can't believe it. She says to herself, now remembering when she herself was nearly turned into a sex slave in the woods where she first met Bakugo. Bakugo continued on the interrogation, so where are you selling them off to? Human slavery is illegal in Melromarc. Are they going to be sold to Siltvelt as slaves? You kidding me? They wouldn't sell all that much to those demies. They're being sent out to Fallbury. Many of the nobles over there have large harems and are always looking out for new tastes and are always needing new sons with magic in their blood, so the girls sell for a high price there. Pike continued to explain. Hearing all of that disgusted Neia as she was clenching her fists, until she decided to scratch the trafficker's face with her sharp nails. I can't believe I felt sorry for you a few minutes ago. You bastards are monsters. Neia yells at Pike, almost crying, thinking of how long these people might have been doing this before now. Blue, don't lose it, keep yourself collected, Bakugo tells his sidekick before she loses control of her emotions as Neia tries her best to calm down as she takes deep breaths. Bakugo then grips the trafficker again. So where are they at? They're at the river. The capital's canal is connected to in a town called Tilva about 50 miles south of the capital. They're being shipped out in less than 30 minutes on my organization's ship, then head downriver toward the ocean to Fallbury. So what's the name of the ship? Bakugo demanded. I can't quite remember. It's Blue. Bakugo shouts with Neia immediately grabbing on the guy's crotch ready to continue the pain. Okay. It's the Synex. It's the Synex. That's the ship's name. It's a red ship with 3 sets of large white sails. Pike confesses, giving up everything. Bakugo then lifts the guy up and blasts him away toward Kirishima, who is still holding down the other trafficker. We're now done with you pieces of shit. Kirishima, get off of the other bastard. He ordered, with his dragon finally getting off the man. Once the two in pain men got themselves up while still sitting on the ground, Merv punches Pike in the face. You idiot. You told him everything. Do you know what the captain is going to do to us when he finds out you exposed everything? He yells at Pike, knowing they're in deep trouble now. But Pike then grabs Merv by the ear to whisper something in it. Shut it. Look, once we are out of his way we'll tell the guards the shield devil assaulted us and have him be arrested long before he makes it to Tilva. Then we will tell the captain through our crystal ball to pack up and hide the merchandise elsewhere, and we will be in the clear. He tells Merv, who likes the idea. Too bad for them, they wouldn't get the chance though. Alright Kirishima, now eat them. Bakugo ordered, which confused the two men. But then they heard a noise behind their backs, with a shadow blocking the light of the moon behind them. They turned to see the dragon was now giant and was showing off his sharp teeth. The two men screamed and attempted to run, but Merv ended up being eaten first as Kirishima swallowed him whole and chews him down. Unlike Motoyasu before, he chews his body into bloody bits. Pike attempts to run, but he gets snatched up by one Kirishima's claw wings, and after he swallowed what was left of Merv, Kirishima bites the top half of the screaming human trafficker Pike and rips him in half as he chews him down and swallows what's left. After that Bakugo looks back toward his sidekick. Okay Blue, we're going to Tilva right now, he informs her. But Bakugo, shouldn't we inform the guards of this? Neia suggested first. You know, they're not going to believe me. We'd be just wasting time, and they just said that their ship was leaving soon, so we have no time to lose to save those girls from those bastards. Neia understood her master and nods in approval. Kirishima then lays down his wing, expecting everyone to get on to fly there. But Bakugo tells him, no flying Kirishima, they'll see you miles away and will probably hide away before we can find the ship. We have the element of surprise right now. We need to be more subtle for now. We've been to Tilva before, so we'll fast travel there and find this Synex ship quickly before they get away with the girls. Kirishima was disappointed, but he understood his father and reverted back to his team form, ready to head out. Bakugo activates his map shield and they teleport away to Tilva to stop these traffickers before they are too late. Late at night the river trading town of Tilva was quiet as most the village was asleep. But out at the docks there was a lot of noise going around as a ship the Synex was about ready to head out to sea with a crew of human traffickers and pirates getting the last of the supplies on board for their journey to Fallbury along with their cows below the decks. "Come on men, let's get out of here already, we don't have all night," yelled Captain Van, who was a large man with long black hair and large tattoos marking most of his body, wanting to get out of the port as soon as possible before the noise alerts the authorities. "Come on, put your backs into it." Most of the men were ready to go, except for 2 armed men along with the first mate of the ship. They were leaving the boat. "Hold on Van, we are off to pay the docking fee before we go, so we are not stuck with a fine again when we come back here." "Well, hurry the hell up, the cows are getting anxious down below, let's get on with it." The captain barked orders as he continued to get everything on the boat ready to sail out. After some walking to the ship dock commission office, the first mate and his men were about to head back to the ship after paying the fee. But as the first mate was walking he heard a sudden groaning behind him. When he turned he saw one bodyguard on the ground stuttering in pain with a blue woman above him and the other is inside the mouth of a giant dragon as he swallowed him whole. The first mate was about to make a run for it, until he gets bashed in the face with a shield. He is then raised up by his shirt collar by a scary-looking blonde teen. "Now where's your ship at and where are your cows?" Bakugo demanded. Despite the pain, the first mate just smiles. "You're too late for that." He then lets out a loud whistle that could be heard across the quay. The crew of the Synex heard it, including the captain as he ran up to the top of a deck. "We head off, now. Go go go," he ordered. The crew quickly lifted up the landing plank and cutting off any rope keeping the ship in place, trying to get out of here as fast as possible. The ship was quickly leaving the dock heading out toward the wide river. The first mate was laughing thinking he had best the shield hero. "Ha, looks like you lost." But Bakugo just smiles. "Yeah, I thank you for giving up your ship, and its location." "Huh?" the first mate utters until he gets blasted in the head, knocking him unconscious as Bakugo throws his body into an empty barrel. Bakugo and Neia ran toward the sudden noise, knowing it was the human trafficker's ship responding to the whistle considering almost nothing else was active in the sleeping town. But when Bakugo and his crew finally made it to the dock, it seemed that they were too late as the large red ship was already way out in the middle of the river, now heading downstream eventually out to the ocean. It seemed to be over, but Bakugo was just smiling as Neia stretches herself. "Meet you on board, Blue," Bakugo says to his sidekick. "Hopefully not alone," Neia responded as she jumps into the river as she swims toward the ship. He then looked toward his dragon. "Okay Kirishima, now we fly." On the ship itself, the crew were all laughing to each other, thinking they got away from the authorities. "Ha, they won't catch up to us now. Those idiots never expected a thing," they say and laugh to each other as the crew drink some beer as they float their way down the river toward the open ocean. Roar! The sound surprised the crew as they all went for the side of the ship, and to their horror, they see a giant dragon flying its way to the ship, terrifying all of them. "What the hell? The guards have a dragon now?" one of the crew guessed, with the rest wondering if it even belonged to the authorities at all. Either way though, Captain Van wasn't going out without a fight. "Come on men, get yourselves ready and we will make the beast into a trophy," he shouts and motivates the crew as they scramble to get their weapons. It was too late to set up the cannons, so they started firing magic energy blasts from a distance at the flying dragon, who easily dodged them. But when the dragon was right at the ship, it flies straight up into the sky, and to the surprise of the crew a blonde teen jumps off and shouts "Die!" Then when he was near the deck floor, boom, he caused a big explosion that knocks a bunch of crew overboard. Bakugo then landed on his feet on the ship floor with a smirk on his face. "There's a surprise inspection required immediately," he shouts, shooting out his quirk from his palms. "Man, kill this brat now," Captain Van shouted, and after the initial shock, the crew got themselves together and the traffickers and pirates all engaged the shield hero as Bakugo begin to fight them off as he blocks and blasts at the various bad guys. Despite being outnumbered by a few dozen men, Bakugo has been able to fight them off as his quirk and shield abilities continue to beat the living hell out of them. And as the crew engaged the shield hero, Kirishima comes back down and with his fire breath he sets the sails on fire, with any of the pirates at the top of them screaming in agony and fall off the ship into the river. "Get the harpoon ready. Shoot the damn thing," yelled Van as a crewman behind him holds onto the control mechanisms to a giant harpoon cannon used to blast at ships to forcibly hook them onto their own ship or to help kill sea monsters was now being used as a dragon killer weapon. The crewman aims for its heart as the dragon flies around, setting other parts of the ship on fire. As Kirishima was flying back toward the harpoon gunner, he smiles, "Gotcha," and fires the harpoon. "Airstrike shield," Bakugo shouted toward his dragon, with the harpoon hitting and bouncing off the energy shield instead of the dragon. Kirishima then in retaliation dives down and grabs the harpoon gunner with his feet while also destroying the weapon itself, and proceeds to eat the screaming gunner. After flying around again, Kirishima then lands on the ship's front deck as he covers most of it on fire. The crew attempts to hold back the dragon as the rest battle with the shield hero. Van continues to bark orders at them, "Come on, you weak idiots. Kill this brat and keep the cows protected down below," he yelled as the crew as they push barrels to the door that leads down to the bottom of the ship as they continue to fight the shield hero, thinking that the girls are protected away from him. Little did they know Bakugo already has someone working down below for him on that job. Down at the lowest level of the ship, 3 guards remained at the storage area playing a card game as they hear the fighting from above. "Sounds like they are having fun. Hope it doesn't let its way down here," one of the guards mutters while playing his hand with the 2 guards, one who was leaning on the ship's hull. "Don't worry about it, it's up there and we are down here where it's safe. So let's just sit back and he shouts as a sword out of nowhere pierces through his chest from the back that proceeds to also electrocute him, terrifying the other guards. The sword is quickly removed from his chest as he falls forward dead as the 2 noticed the hull behind him was now leaking water. Before they could understand what the hell happened, the 2 guards saw more blade slices cutting through the hull until it rips apart into a large opening with a large amount of water now pouring into the ship, with a blue woman in light armor coming in through. Water was now overflowing in the ship, but the 2 pirate guards engaged the blue-skin girl, but she quickly overpowers them as she cuts away their blades with her dragon-tooth sword and cuts the 2 down just as fast with the other blade. Neia then wasted no time as she looks around the ship to look for the kidnapped girls while the opening she made was starting to sink the ship. She couldn't find anything in the lowest deck as it fills up with water and went up to the next floor level above. There she dealt with more resistance, with at least a dozen other crewmen coming at her as they were guarding a large crate, usually used to transport livestock, that was closed shut. With something that large being guarded, Neia knew it had to have something important in it. Most likely their merchandise. She fought and cut a few of them down, but when the armed guards were overwhelming her, she quickly placed her hand down on the floor and shouted electric shock. That painfully electrifies and stuns the remaining men as they fall on the ground, with Neia stabbing them at their chests while they were helpless to stop her. Neia then, making sure there was nothing directly on the other side, cuts through the front of the crate. After an opening was created, she saw a group of 15 young human girls huddled together, scared of their minds, in rags or casual clothing. The girls weren't sure what was going on with the noise coming from above, and now out of nowhere comes this random pointy-eared blue woman with a sword with a bunch of dead guards behind her. Neia slowly walks up to the girls, with one of them finally asking nervously, "Who are you?" "My name is Neia, and me and my master are here to rescue you," she immediately answered her. Is that true?" one of the other girls asked, still feeling scared about all of this along with the rest of them. It was until the girl with short reddish-brown hair among them spoke out, "Yes, I know this girl. She's a companion of a hero. She really is here to save us." She encourages the girls as they slowly lose their fears and approach the blue warrior. The brown-haired girl showed off his handcuffs to Neia. "Please, can get these things off?" They are cutting off our magic abilities? I see, hold on, Neia responds as she takes out her sword again, and with it she one at a time cuts at the handcuffs, shattering them all, freeing the girls from their anti-magical binds. Once the last one was freed, Neia tells them, "All right then, stick with me and duck." The brown-hair mage shouted and launches an energy magic attack over, ducking Neia at a pirate with a bow ready to fire at Neia's back, only for him to be blasted into a hull wall, knocking him out. Neia quickly got herself back up after that. "Thank you. Now, follow me and let's move out of here quick," she thanked and ordered the group of girls as they followed the elf girl as she fights off any pirates and traffickers in their way and head upward toward the deck. The fight on the deck continued, as most of the crew attempt to kill the shield hero while he proceeded to kick all of their asses from his quirk or shield abilities, while also trying to fight off the dragon at the same time as Kurashima continues to set the ship on fire or just eating the pirates one by one. Van above continued to spew out orders but saw that saving the last of his crew was hopeless and shouted, "That's it. I'll do it myself." Captain Van then jumped off the top deck and stared at the shield hero after he blasted away another grunt overboard. Van pulls out his twin daggers and activates his wind magic to increase his speed and dexterity. He immediately lunges and engaged Bakugo as he attempts to slice the shield hero up, with Bakugo dodging and blocking most of the attacks as the two move and jumped around the ship trying to kill one another, as Bakugo also uses his quirk to move across the ship in fast speeds, even up in the air at some point as the two continue to fight off one another nearby, the ship's burning sails. During that, Kirishima continues to attack the rest of the crew as the pirates and traffickers do whatever they can to contain the dragon as he burns and breaks what's left of the top part of the ship. One of the traffickers got himself on the top deck and shouted, "Restraining magic chains." And with his magic he launches out giant glowing chains that wrap around Kirishima, finally holding down the dragon, with the crewmen cheering in victory as the last of the crew attempt to take advantage of the contained struggling dragon and attempt to kill it. But Bakugo noticed this as he and Van continue to fight in the air. Bakugo launches himself off away from Van as he continued to try to slice at Bakugo's torso, but once Bakugo was right over the magic chain mage, Bakugo rips his shield off his arm and threw it down at the mage. "Ow!" The mage shouts and was now in pain from the blunt metal object hitting his head, and with the loss of his concentration the spell broke. Kirishima was now freed as he goes on to smash through the deck, knocking anything over and squishing any terrified retreating pirates in his way to go after the chain mage. After recovering from the blunt hit, the chain mage looks up to see a mad dragon running toward him. He panicked and attempted to activate his spell again, Magic Reset, only for Kirishima to eat the mage whole as he screamed for help as the dragon chews him into pieces. Vin's and Bakugo's battle also proceeded once more, with Bakugo dodging the attacks until her shield reformed back as he unas his fight with the tiring captain. After he is almost out of energy from using his air magic for so long, Van finally flies himself back and was ready to use the last of his power to go for a strong strike to break the shield's fortitude, and was stunned with his quick speed and reflexes he'll cut through Bakugo's throat. Bakugo smiles as the captain flies in for his attack. Then the shield hero shouted, "Explosion shield!" And with the transformation, the explosion shield quickly absorbs some of Katsuki's sweat through his gauntlet palms, and when Van strikes it, boom! Van was blasted away in the air. And while he was stunned from that explosion, Bakugo blasted himself toward Van as he started to rapidly fire his quirk at the flying dazed captain, even making him drop his daggers. Bakugo blasts without mercy, until the captain could barely hold himself up with his wind magic anymore. Katsuki then blasted himself higher up, then back down again toward the captain, and once he was right at Van's face, boom! Bakugo let out a giant explosion at his stomach, sending the captain hard down through the ship deck, finally injuring and taking Van out of the fight. Whoever was left of the crew that isn't dead, chewed up, squished, or knocked out all panicked and jumped overboard from the ship into the river. Once Bakugo landed back on the flaming deck, he can hear some loud knocking and banging coming from the deck doors while they were blocked off with barrels and debris. He knew who it was, Kirishima clear. He ordered his dragon as he pushes away the junk blocking the doors, and, through them came out Neia along with the 15 kidnapped girls. The girls all look terrified, as they look around the burning ship. Oh God, the dead bodies! The boat's on fire! Are we going to die here? The girls shouted in fear until the brown-haired one got them in order. Quiet all of you and listen to the hero. And after that Kirishima walks up to the girls as he lowers his right wing down with Bakugo and Neia jumping on him. Get on the dragon now! Bakugo shouts at the girls and without any hesitation they all ran up and got on the dragon. With all of them on board, Bakugo held on to Kirishima's reins and yells, "Kirishima! Go!" Kirishima then ran across the flaming deck until he finally jumped and began to fly away from the sinking burning ship. And below the deck Captain Van attempts to get himself up, despite a gaping wound in his stomach from his fight with Bakugo. He struggles as he attempts to get himself back on his feet while holding on to his stomach. This is not over, Shield Hero. I'll make you suffer for this. He shouts out toward the night as he tried to drag himself out, but then he noticed some of the fire from the deck was dripping down to the lower level. It didn't seem to matter to the captain much, until he saw what the fire was dripping on: barrels of black powder for the cannons. Dozens of barrels, in fact imported from Fabri. Van immediately panicked and tried to drag himself to stop the fire landing on the barrels. Sheet. Don't. Sheet. Sheet. Don't. Boom. From a distance on the flying dragon the entire ship blows completely up as the supply of explosive powder and alcohol finally erupts, taking out the ship as it sinks into the bottom of the river. The girls were relieved to be as far away from it as possible. They then turned toward their saviors, the elf girl Neia and the shield hero Katsuki Bakugou. Thank you for saving us heroes. One of the girls thanked, with others doing the same as they held on to the flying dragon. Bakugou was concentrating on flying his dragon back town, but despite that, both he and Neia felt proud to be hearing that, after such a day of dealing with the spear hero, the king, and the pope. It was refreshing to hear people acknowledge that they were indeed heroes. About half an hour later, the quiet town of Tilver was now up and awake after the giant boat explosion woke everyone up, which included the guards as they came out to investigate. There Bakugo and his dragon landed back at the town with the girls getting off. The guards were understandably wanting answers and he and Neia went on to tell them everything. They would have not believed the shield devil and his minion. But thanks to the other girls backing him up, the guards and the rest of the townsfolk now fully believed Bakugo and Neia. The townfolk were also quick to help and treat the cold and troubled girls from their awful experiences they went through. The guards had also gone out to the river to find any survivors of the ship explosion, where they proceed to arrest the pirates and human traffickers when they attempt to flee from the authorities. They even found the still knocked out body of the first mate in the barrel. When the first mate woke back up, he saw that he was surrounded by armed guards as they tied him up. He attempts to weasel out of it. Please wait, we were just innocent fishermen. The shield devil assaulted and murdered my friends. That monster's thirst for blood won't stop. But the captain of the guard wasn't buying it. Nice try, you vandals, but the girls told us what you people really are. One even remembered your face when you were groping her breast yesterday. So I hope you enjoyed having your head, because you'll be losing it soon. He mocks the first mate. The first mate attempts to say some other excuse, but the guard captain just ordered for the man's mouth to be gagged to shut him up, and the other guards escorted him and the rest of the ship's survivors to the local prison to be trialed tomorrow and most likely after that be set for execution. The guard captain then walked up toward the shield hero while he was laying down on his sleeping dragon while his sidekick was healing him. Despite what he had heard about the shield since he was a kid, he can't make up his mind on the hero with him stopping these pirates and human traffickers tonight, and saving these girls' lives. Bakugo then noticed the captain staring down at him, getting a good look at the resting shield hero. What are you looking at? Bakugo asked the captain. I just wanted to thank you for your services tonight, shield hero. I don't know what to make of you with your attempted rape charges and what the Three Heroes Church had taught me through life. But as of tonight, I see you as a decent person. I hope you can keep it up and continue to make me see you that way by tomorrow and the day after that." The captain finished as he goes back with his men to do a search around the area for any more of these criminals attempting to make a run for it. Bakugou just shrugs to himself, still feeling exhausted from that event. The girls had been mostly keeping to themselves as they were being aided by the people of the town. But one of them, the brown-haired girl, saw the shield hero and wanted to talk to him personally as she walked up to the hero, which both he and Na noticed. She then bowed toward the heroes. Thank you again so much for all of this, Sir Shield Hero and your companions. I don't know how I could ever repay you for all of this. You're true heroes. Unlike someone else I know of, the brown-haired girl thanked Bakugou. Bakugou just huffs. Yeah, thank you, whatever, just go on and take care of yourself, he told her. The girl smiles and nods in approval. But when Na got a closer look at her, she quickly recognized the girl. Wait a minute, haven't we seen you before? Your face looks familiar, Na asked, which also got Bakugou's attention. The girl was silent for a few seconds, now looking somewhat disgruntled. I haven't talked to any of you in person, but I've seen you multiple times. My name is Rhino, I'm a former member of the Spear Heroes team, she told them. Na was somewhat surprised to hear that. Wait, you mean Sir Motoyasu? Wait, now I remember you. You were also at the end of Motoyasu's and Bakugou's first duel, and you were with Sir Ren along with a soldier to confirm mine's lying. Though I remember you had the green witch hat. Na realizes. Yes, that was me. I admit that I do look a little different without my hat, but unfortunately that was taken away from me by that witch mine, to most likely be pawned off somewhere. Rhino continued, looking more upset the more she talked about it, with her looking madder when she mentioned anything about mine or Motoyasu. It did spark Bakugou's interest. How exactly did you get into this situation? He asked, knowing this had something to do with mine, considering that was what clued him in on this operation in the first place. Rhino was silent for a few seconds. She was upset to even be thinking about it, but she owed the shield hero and he deserves to know the truth. It wasn't too long after the preemptive end to you and Sir Motoyasu's fight earlier today. After we found Motoyasu trying to wash himself out of your dragon's drool, mine suggested we go to the spa to get everyone cleaned off, which he agreed. And after that we did visit the spa to get everyone cleaned off and feel pretty afterward, like mine always relished in. After my time of getting cleaned off was done, I was ready to get dressed and wait for everyone else to get done. But as I was getting dressed, I was cornered by two armed men that gagged me, tied me up, and placed magic restraining cuffs on my arms, preventing me from fighting back. Bakugou did remember Pike from earlier mentioning a cow he got from the spa. With this story going on so far, that must be Rhino he was talking about. And then I saw mine coming in the room with her towel on, still on, smiling at me. And all she said to me was, "Looks like you're ready to head out, peasant girl. I hope you enjoy your new life as a wife to a Fallbury nobleman, and if you're extra lucky you could be the new wife of their king. Have fun." That was literally her last words to me after my capturers paid her off. And do you want to know what was even worse about that? Just before the two goons left with me, Sir Motoyasu was actually right there by the door, and all he had to do was come into the room to stop them. But before he could see me, mine got to him first. And she told him, "I'm so sorry, Sir Motoyasu, but Rhino had to leave. She had a family emergency. Her grandfather is ill and she wanted to visit him for comfort. She would have said her goodbyes, but she was in a hurry. So she is sorry and hopes to meet with us again one day." And the idiot bastard completely bought it. He didn't even bother to investigate or anything. He just walked off with that royal beach and basically left me to die. The last part she yelled out loud. She felt so angry thinking about it all over again that she even trusted Motoyasu in the first place. Bakugou mostly remained quiet. He's not that much into emotional drama, but he listened in and noticed that despite her anger she didn't sound that traumatized from it. I'm not surprised by that idiot. But I got to say, for a girl who was kidnapped and nearly sold off as a sex slave, you seem to be acting relatively well. Well, I was a bit scared the whole time, but that is in the past now and I've been saved by your team, so there's no point in feeling upset about it," she answered. Bakugou admittedly admire someone with such mental fortitude. The fact Ponytail Slot basically abandoned Rhino to her fate from just a few words out of Mine's mouth without a second thought makes him into a bigger idiot than before. Ha, yeah, that is impressive. That's unlike Blue, who bursts into tears when something mildly sad happens. He joked. "I do not, Sir Bakugou. Or well, at least not anymore." Na talks back from the mock, which makes Bakugou laugh and Rhino giggle. Rhino then stopped giggling and spoke to Bakugou again. "Well, again I thank all of you for what you did tonight and I hope to repay you one day." She thanks them again and was about to turn around to leave, until Bakugou shouted, "Hold on a second, brown hair." Rhino heard him, and stopped to turn around back. "What is it, Shield Hero?" she asked. Bakugou then said, "I remember seeing you at the champion's choosing, on the second day I got here. I want to know, why did you pick Ponytail, and why were you even there to begin with?" He asked her, wanting to know more about the girl who was originally with one of his rivals who, unlike Mine, had actual sense in her head. Rhino was silent for a second, having feelings of both betrayal and anger from just thinking about the spear hero again. But eventually she spoke out, "All right, I might as well tell you to save other girls like me from trusting that idiot bastard. Though it might be a long story." She responds. "Go right ahead, I don't care," Bakugou responds. Rhino then told her story. "I grew up in a small village far east from here. It was nothing special and there was never much to do, but it was still home. And my family life wasn't much different. We were fair folk who ran a farm. It was peaceful, but it was also ungodly boring. Eventually I found out that I was one of the few in the village gifted with powerful magic. It might have been arrogance, but it made me feel good about myself and my dull lifestyle. And when I turned 18 I finally decided to leave my village to make a name for myself as an adventurer with the goal to be the best mage of Melromarc or even the whole world. I traveled all around the country learning new things, meeting new people, fighting many monsters, and going on many adventures for over 2 years. I was never super famous, but many people were always impressed with my powers and appreciate my help. It always made me feel good about myself, that I was making a difference for once, rather than just farming out in the fields." She then went on to talk about recent events. "About 2 months ago, while I was helping a small village, knights were going around requesting powerful adventurers and warriors to become companions to, of all things, the cardinal heroes. It seemed unreal that the cardinal heroes were now in Melromarc, but it wasn't something I was going to ignore, and I showed them off my talents to them. The knights were impressed enough for them to take me in. I never felt so excited in my whole life, to be a partner of a legendary hero. And by the next morning, I finally got to see the cardinal heroes in person. I couldn't believe that it was real. The heroes of legend were here in my nation in the flesh. And you were there too, the hero of the shield." Bakugou sighed, not surprised that she didn't think much of him at first. She then continued, "And when we were finally told to pick our heroes, I chose the spear hero, as they always said in church that the spear hero is the strongest and most courageous hero, and by all appearances other than the bandage on his nose he seemed to fit the bill. I did notice how you were alone, Sir Bakugou, but I didn't want my name to be attached to the person that has always been labeled as a demon, so I didn't want anything to do with you. We were also told beforehand that the shield hero had an unstable mind, so that was another reason why I never picked you, and imagine why others didn't as well. Especially after your rape accusation the day after. Though considering that came out of mine, I imagined that was a lie too, huh?" Na then asked, "Sue, what was it like to be with Motoyasu? You mean before the time he allowed me to be taken away by sex traffickers?" "To be honest, it was boring." "What do you mean boring?" Bakugou asked, wondering what that entailed. "Me and the other girls barely ever did any combat. Motoyasu pretty much did everything, and the most we ever do was just praise and cheer on for him on the sidelines, and maybe cast a minor buff spell on the occasion." He insisted on doing everything for us, thinking beautiful girls shouldn't have to go through hard labor. Never mind, he never asked any of us about the subject or our opinion on it first. This even included things like cooking. He wanted to cook all of our meals for us without any help, and let me tell you, I rather have what the animals were eating over whatever the hell motoyasu made he called food. I even one time tried to aid him in fighting a monster and used my magic to attack. But when I did helped, the idiot and the other girls looked at me weird like I did some sort of taboo act, like they were surprised that a hero's helper, actually helped. So yeah, I never thought being a hero's companion was going to be such a dull experience. So Ponytail's teammates were just basically a group of cheerleaders. Bakugou commented. I don't know what that is, but judging your tone it's probably not something to be proud of. She commented but then continued to explain her experience. It was a boring time, but Motoyasu seemed like a nice enough guy. He did seem to truly care for me and has always been polite. But yeah, he was an idiot. Neia then asked, what about mine and your other teammates? Oh, them. They're a different story. They were never my friends. I tried to be friendly with them, but they always looked down on me as peasant trash. Mine especially was the worst, with her always feeling like she was the queen of the world and was constantly bossing everyone around her. Leshty is her childhood friend, so they always felt like they fit together, and she was as much of a spoiled brat as mine, and Elena was just lazy and she just went along with mine's and Leshty's antics to mooch off Motoyasu, so I was the odd one out of the group. Eventually I just ignored them and went on with my life. But I could tell mine would always hold grudges even for the most petty things. She especially got more aggressive with me after I helped you out that night. She accused Miss Neia of stealing. She and the other girls started to see me as the enemy, and Motoyasu barely cared, thinking it was just girl stuff that he shouldn't get involved in. I didn't care that much and had been just ignoring mine, but then she had me sold off to these bastards like some damn livestock. As of now, she, the other girls, and Motoyasu can burn in hell for all I care. She finally finished feeling so mad about all of this, feeling like she had just wasted her time for nothing, and any feelings Motoyasu had for her were shallow at best. Despite the long story, Bakugou got the girl. In some way he somewhat related to her. He also grew up in a small town at a small school with a bunch of losers with loser quirks, or in the case of Deku, no quirk at all. He always felt like he was the best and wanted to show everyone that he was indeed the best. He imagines himself in Rhino's place, and her wanting to be a companion of a hero would be similar to him wanting to be a Neia, but instead of that she was stuck cheering on to some idiot loser while doing nothing else. It'd be like if he got into you, only to be stuck in general studies to watch the other people in the hero courses rub it in at him while being surrounded by 3 monomas 24/7. It would have pissed him off to no end, and the fact that Rhino could tolerate it for that long was a big surprise for the teen. Rhino then smiles, thank you all for listening in. I didn't think anyone would care, but I'm happy to see that you are nothing like Motoyasu. Rhino thanked again. Neia then asked her, so what are you going to do now? To be honest, I'm not sure. As I said already, Motoyasu can go to hell for all I care along with mine. Maybe I'll just go back to my hometown again and spend a year or so doing boring farm work to make up my money again to buy me new adventuring equipment, unless I die of boredom first. But I'll always appreciate what you have done for me tonight. I'll never forget this, so good luck, heroes. She bowed to the group as she turns around to leave. Despite not showing it, Neia could tell there was still sadness in the girl. She probably did want to be a hero or at least make something of her boring life, but she never could, being stuck with Motoyasu. Unlike before with Malty, she could tell she was telling the truth, remembering how the evil princess talked to her with her lies and Bakugou's advice. She can tell now this girl wasn't acting and was for real, rather than guessing and prejudging like she did with Melty before. Neia wished she could help, but the sidekick turns her head toward Bakugou, who looks like he was thinking about something. And thinking he was. Should I really consider her as a potential sidekick? If she is a good enough mage to get picked up by the consort's knights, I might finally be rid of the magic-related problems that has been annoying me lately. Nothing seems suspicious about her, so I know she's not lying, and I doubt that Princess Peach is clever enough to make this into some elaborate trick against me. To give her a chance to be a proper hero like I'm doing with Blue right now, if I can make her competent to be my first proper sidekick, brown hair won't be much harder to do. And if I can make her into a better hero than Ponytail Slot, his former companion now surpassing him, now that'd be the perfect salt to rub in his face of that idiot bastard, which I'm sure the girl would like to see as well. Bakugo thought about it, as Rhino was walking further away. Bakugo finally made up his mind. "Hey brown hair!" he shouts, getting Rhino's attention again. She quickly went back and ran up to Bakugo. "Yes, her shield hero?" she asked him. "Do you still want to be a hero? Do you want to get stronger and be the best damn mage on this entire planet?" Bakugo asked her. Yes, I would definitely like to be the best and help people along the way, but why did you ask?" she wondered. "Listen up, if you're up to the challenge and are willing to work hard, you can be in Team Bakugo as my official second sidekick, or I guess what you say a minor companion." The answer surprised both Neia and Rhino, especially the latter. "Wait? Do you mean it? Even after I scuffed you off at the companion choosing?" Rhino asked. "I could care less about that, but if you're willing to do what I say and not hesitate under my command, then I will shape you to become the best damn mage there is," he responds, making Rhino think to herself about. While surprised by it at first, Neia was actually all for it. "We loved if you can join up, Rhino. Bakugo can be harsh sometimes and strict, but he is not that bad if you get to know him." It was something Rhino never expected to hear after being kidnapped by sex slavers. But it seemed the shield hero was being genuine about it. On one hand, she does want to be the best and be an adventurer again rather than going back to the boring farming life, and to be able to do something for once. But, on the other hand, she was screwed over by her last companions and hero. To trust another hero like that again is asking a lot, and he is the shield hero no less. Someone she had been told since she was a kid was a malevolent being who leaves nothing but destruction in his way. But he still saved her life, and from all the rumors she had been hearing about him, Bakugo has done more to help the kingdom than any of the other cardinal heroes, especially Motoyasu, who Bakugo also bested him in a duel, so the shield hero's power was no joke. Rhino stood there for a few minutes to think about it. Both Neia and Bakugo remained silent, knowing it was best not to pressure her, as this could be the biggest decision of her life. But eventually Rhino stopped thinking and gave her answer. "To be honest, Sir Shield Hero, I shouldn't be trusting you, not just the fact that my church has over and over again called you the devil, and the last person I had been the companion of had basically left me to die. By that experience I shouldn't trust you either. But then again, you did save me today, something that you didn't think a demon would do. You weren't just a warrior, you were a true hero, unlike that idiot bastard. With that and that I owe you for saving me anyway, I'll be glad to join with you, Sir Shield Hero." Bakugo then smiles. "Okay then, welcome to the Bakugo Agency." He accepts her. Rhino didn't know what he meant by agency, but she was still happy for the acceptance nevertheless. Neia was also extremely happy about as she extends a handshake. "Welcome to the team, Rhino. It'll be great to have you around." Rhino was happy for the acceptance and to have another person who was friendly for once, and shakes her hand as well. Kirishima also nods his head towards Rhino in approval, glad to accept a new sister. However, Bakugo suddenly shouted, surprising the two sidekicks, "Before you can truly become a part of the Katsuki Bakugou Hero Agency, you first must pass the Katsuki Bakugou training course," he explains with a sinister smile on him. Rhino was wondering what that meant, but Neia knows full well what it was. "Oh boy, good luck out there, Rhino." By the next day in the evening, Rhino was out in the open grass field running her 5 miles while carrying 50-pound weights on her. Bakugo watches from above on a small hill as he also helps Neia with her dual-wielding training, while Kirishima was in his teen form chasing around rabbits, filorials and other small creatures across the fields. Neia remembers when she was the one out in the field over and over again training to be a hero, and knows how much she has grown since then. Though Rhino was higher in level than she was when she started and was more physically active, so Rhino was given the 50-pound weights from the start, but Bakugou still had her go through the same training until she was physically active enough to fit his standards. This is definitely more than anything she had done with motoyasu, so while it was hard exercise, Rhino didn't mind it as long as she can continue on to grow to eventually become one of the best mages and hero in the world. According to Bakugou's status screen, Rhino was at level 23, 17 levels below Neia, and 14 below Kirishima. Bakugou is not surprised to see that Motoyasu's companions were lagging behind, considering he never lets them fight at all. With the next wave incoming in 10 days, after Rhino gets her physical body up to shape in a few or so days, he can get her and Kirishima to grind their levels to the character limit, and after the wave is dealt with, they can all head off to Siltville to get all three their class upgrades at the same time. And in the meantime he can help Neia with her dual-wielding training so she can finally fight with 2 swords rather than 1, making her a more deadly and powerful warrior. Rhino then finally climbed up that steep cliff Neia had to climb up many times before, now exhausted from all the running. Bakugou noticed, and turned toward her. "Good, now it's time for you to learn how to properly attack with a weapon," he tells Rhino as Bakugou holds out a golden magic staff, and since he's not intending to use it himself, the weapon doesn't electrocute him, and throws it to his new intern sidekick. "You got me a new staff already?" "Thank you, Sir Bakugou," Rhino thanked him using Bakugou's real name, as she's now a part of his team as his second sidekick, while she observed the powerful magic staff. "You expect me to have you fight with your bare hands? And it's more than a magic stick, brown hair. Hit the bottom hard on the ground," Bakugou instructs her. Rhino followed his order and she hits the staff on the ground, and the top of the staff pops up a long, sharp blade. It surprised Rhino. "Whoa, what is this thing?" "It's a spear, idiot. Your magic staff can also turn into a spear. It's as simple as that," Bakugou tells her. It did make Neia curious. "Sir Bakugou, where did you get the thing at?" she asked. "It originally belonged to that botanist quack we fought weeks ago. He won't be needing it anymore, so I kept it, and all morning I reversed engineered the thing and made it not only better at creating and manipulating magic but made it into a proper weapon as well," he answered. Though it confused Rhino, "But I'm a dedicated magic user. What need do I have for a physical weapon?" "You can't rely on your magic all the time, brown hair. On some occasions you're going to need to use a real weapon to fight monsters and bad guys. So I want you to get used to it until you get the feel of it. So I want you to do 1,000 thrusts with the weapon until it's second-hand to you, then I'll have you fight off 10 balloon monsters with only the spear and no magic, and if you fail to kill them in 10 seconds and not get bitten by one of them, you're doing the course and the thrusts again until you succeed. Got it?" Bakugou orders her. Rhino was shocked to hear of all that work she has to do just for basic training with nothing to do with her magic. But she didn't mind it, as she can finally get stronger for once rather than kissing the boot of a guy who couldn't cook for sheet. "Okay, I understand, Sir Bakugou, though 1,000 thrusts? I didn't think you had such a dirty mind." Rhino snarks as she laughed to herself. "You know what I mean, brown hair. Just do it, or it's 500 push-ups." He exploded at her, with Rhino and Neia laughing as the new intern continued her training by starting her 1,000 spear thrusts. Neia then spoke up. "You know, this is all feeling familiar to me. It's like looking at an old photo and seeing your old self again." Neia comments. "I don't know, I think brown hair might have been a bit more competent than you were at this stage. She could actually skip across a river without falling her ass into it." Bakugou laughs. "Oh come on, Sir Bakugou, that part was always unfair," Neia says, sounding upset, defending her old self. "I'm just pulling your leg, Blue. Just forget the past and just continue on to the future." Bakugou smirks toward his first sidekick. Neia then smiles again. "I agree, Mr. Number 1. Neia finally says to Bakugou. She knew he probably still has ways to go, but she feels like Bakugo was on his way to see her as his equal. A true friend maybe. Bakugo smiles, then got back on subject. Okay, then let's get back to your training. Make sure you hold both blades tight and as well, treating them both as equal parts of the same blade. He finally says to Neia as she nods, and the two engage in their training. A lot had happened in just one day, and Bakugo was going to make the most of the next 10 days to get all of his team to go out plus Ultra for the next wave. Author's note: I admit when I first started writing this, Rhino was not remotely on my mind. But then some people began asking about her, if she was going to be saved from Bakugo, and after looking up her character and what becomes of her and the light novel, I knew I wanted to do something with her. Eventually I started to warm up to the idea of having her to become Bakugo's second sidekick, and here we are. Though admittedly I did have issues figuring out who Rhino was, as some sources stated that she was that girl with the green witch hat in Motoyasu's group. Some others told me she was a different character that hasn't appeared yet in the anime. I thought it through for a bit and decided to go with her being the witch girl, since hey, it's my story and I'll do whatever I want, and Bakugo could use a more dedicated magic user in his group. Her being sold as slave most likely happened later in the story's timeline, but I figured this was the best time to do this, especially with I have planned with the story, so again my story and my continuity that hope doesn't upset anyone. So again, thank you for reading and hope to see you again soon. Chapter 10. The next wave. About 9 days had passed since Rhino became a new member of Bakugo's group. She managed to pass through Bakugo's physical training and he went on to help her raise Rhino's levels. Thanks to Bakugo's leadership and knowing the best places to grind monsters, he was able to get her to raise her level from 23 to 40 in that short amount of time. He had also raised Kirishima's levels to 40, making all three of his sidekicks the same level. Bakugo himself is at level 65 now. He's still been unable to get them to get their class up upgrades due to the church's stubbornness and the king's pettiness. But once they deal with the next wave by tomorrow, he and his crew will head off to the demi-human empire of Siltvit in the hopes that the monarchy over there is more reasonable than here. But despite the level cap, Bakugo had managed to train Neia to finally dual-wielding swords, now with fighting potential better than ever. She also continues her attempt to her water magic, but that has been a lot less successful. Rhino wished she could help Neia with water magic training, but she had no affinity for water magic, so she couldn't help Neia no matter how hard she tried. Neia was starting to get to the point if she should even bother trying anymore. Rhino has never been happier. Unlike Motoyasu, Bakugo expects her to fight and she can go all out with her powers and learn new ones from the various texts that Bakugo had acquired since coming here, expanding her magic potential, greater than ever, that even impressed the shield hero. She also got a hang of the spear part of her weapon in case she has to fight close range or in physical combat. Her magic affinity is mostly based on earth and light magic, as well as skill in magic crafting, hex breaking, and many other magical abilities. She has also become good friends with Neia. Unlike her old party where the crew wasn't even close to being friendly, Rhino enjoyed being with Neia like a sister. Neia herself was glad to have another girl to talk to and can talk about normal things that Bakugo will probably never understand or remotely care about. Rhino had been told about her, Kirishima, and Bakugo's adventures. From Neia's rescue by Bakugo, their battle with the giant Hydra, their point of view during the last wave and the Chimera fight, their encounter with Zenra the mad botanist, feeding a starving village where Kirishima hatched at, stopping the bow hero Itsuki and his revolution in Tervain, and their fight and rescue of the dragon Gaelion and defeating the evil greedy Lord Samir and his associates. Rhino couldn't believe that they did all of that in just 2 months, especially compared to her time with Motoyasu, which was a boring experience for her. Rhino now held great respect for Bakugo despite his loud nature and rude attitude. Bakugo was a true hero to her and she never regretted joining up with his team. As of now the crew was back at the capital. Tomorrow will be the start of the next wave, so Bakugo and his team were preparing for that event. The first place they went to was Erhard's weapon shop. Erhard quickly starts his greeting, "Welcome to my... Oh, it's you again. Come by for more repairs?" Erhard asked, quickly recognizing Bakugo. Bakugo quickly took his cape, boots, and gauntlets off and placed them on the counter. Get these in top shape as fast as possible and make sure they last longer this time. Sure, though this is the third time already this week you had these gauntlets of yours repaired. What exactly are you doing to get them so worn out so fast compared to the rest of your equipment? Erhard asked. Why do you even care, Baldy? Unless you have something that might be of interest to me? Bakugo responded and asked back, seeing where this was going with the merchant. Well, whatever you're doing with them, your gauntlets and the rest of your armor, if they have been upgraded enough, can get a self-repair effect added into them, so over time, especially at night, they can repair themselves like brand new, so no more constant repair shop trips. I can offer to add them in after I fully repair your armor, for say 10 gold? Erhard offered. 10 gold seemed a bit much for Bakugo, but considering how much more often he was going into the shop from using his quirks so much on them, perhaps it will be worth it in the long run. Fine, but it better work right or I'll be demanding my money back. I hear ya, but how about I also offer the blood clean coating effect on Miss Na's fancy sword free of charge, which does sort of the same thing, only with weapons never getting dirty or worn out from all the guts and whatnot from monsters, allowing them to never needing to be replaced. Really, you would do that, Mr. Erhard? No wonder. Sure, also think of it as thanks for helping me at the shop that one time. Erhard says to her and turns back to Bakugo. So anything else? Yeah, Blue also needs another sword, the best one you can offer. And brown hair here also requires proper fighting gear, he responds. Erhard then noticed Rhino, who was behind Bakugo looking at some of the displayed armors. At first he thought she was another customer. He didn't know she was actually with the shield hero. So you got yourself yet another one, huh? Though I'm surprised that you got yourself someone normal this time. You're not secretly a werewolf or something, are you, miss? He asked Rhino. Last time I recall I wasn't. Rhino snarked. That's fine then. You're free to look around and try whatever you want on while I go get these repaired and upgraded. Miss Na is also free to look at the swords as well, so have fun shopping. Erhard says to them as he goes to his workshop while the team looks around, but please don't allow your dragon to eat anything again. Erhard quickly looked back as he looks at the small resting dragon on Bakugo's shoulder, keeping an eye on him as we walks away. About 45 minutes later, Erhard came back with Bakugo's armor and gauntlets repaired and upgraded, all with the self-repair function now a passive ability on them. Same with Na's dragon tooth blade, upgraded and with the blood clean coating effect. After going through various suits and armor, Rhino found the right set with Bakugo's help. She was in light armor like Na's, but hers was dark red and revolves heavily on magic, giving her mana increase and general defense of magic and long-range attacks. And like Na's, it wasn't super heavy, allowing her to move fast, and with Bakugo around she didn't need it to be too stacked. Bakugo mostly intends for her to be his ranged and support fighter, though thanks to his training she has experience with her convertible staff, spear to fight up close if she has to. Na had also picked out one of Erhard's most powerful blades that also had the blood clean coating effect, but even then the sword itself was lacking compared to the dragon tooth blade with half the attack and cutting power. But it will have to do. She and Bakugo weren't comfortable in asking Gay Lion to give them another one of his teeth just for another sword blade, so Na was going to have to get used to having uneven powered swords. In total, including the money for the upgrades and repairs, it was all going to cost Bakugo 40 gold. A lot, but Bakugo knew it would be worth it considering what will happen tomorrow, and they still needed to visit the magic shop to get Rhino magic specific equipment and items. But right after Bakugo pays Erhard his money, a bunch of people stormed into the shop. It caught everyone's attention, including Bakugo's. They were a group of knights and mages. All of them look young and most likely inexperienced. It was quiet for a second until one of the young knights spoke up. "Excuse me, Sir Shield Hero, can we speak to you really quick?" Bakugo didn't know what to think. They didn't seem like they were here to arrest him or anything, so he might as well hear them out. "Fine, whatever, spit it out now," he responds. The group then bowed toward the shield hero, surprising the others. "Sir Shield Hero, can we fight against the waves with you by your side?" the young knight asked, still bowing. "And why exactly?" Bakugou asked with his arms crossed, curious to see where this goes. "We were deeply touched by your courage and bravery during the last wave. Not only fighting off those monsters including that giant three-headed one, but also protecting our friends and families from them. You and your partner had also stopped the spear hero and the princess from robbing all of our money, even these weapons, magic items, and the armor we are wearing right now came from what was left over from your generous donation after that duel and the town repairs. So we wanted to show our gratitude and repay you and your partners for all of the help you did." The young knight finished explaining. It did make Bakugou curious. He then told them, "I appreciate the compliments, but you can just fight the waves regularly on your own. You don't need to be by me." "No, Sir Shield Hero, the point is that we want to fight side by side with you during the waves. It's our deepest pleasure to aid you in any way," the knight continued. Bakugou wasn't sure what to respond with, though he did remember reading something in his menu instructions about something called battle formations, which described them as temporary groups involved in the wave as the heroes' sort of private army to fight the waves with the heroes. So they weren't going to be full-fledged members of Bakugou's team, but they will follow them into the next wave and receive certain bonuses during the wave while they are with a hero. Bakugou thought about it for a second. As confident he is in his abilities, even he knew he can't fight an army on his own without the monsters destroying everything else. If these people can participate during the wave, he can now have them defend any town or area during the wave while he and his main team focused on other important enemies, bosses, or objectives. It would be something to strategize about with how unpredictable the waves are, but regardless, having the start of his own private army could have its advantages, especially if the consort does anything drastic after some silence. Bakugou finally spoke up. "Alright, if you rookies want to fight with me directly during the waves, then I won't stop you. It's not going to be easy though, and some of you could die from this. But if you are really willing to fight for me, you can be the start of the Bakugou army. So if you are willing, be by my side facing death and destruction, then I want all of you here tomorrow in 1100 hours. The group was surprised and at the same time happy that the Shield Hero agreed. "Thanks so much, Shield Hero Bakugou, we will do our best." "But 1100 hours? Isn't that like over a month away?" he asked. "It means 11 o'clock a.m. moron. Just be there around that time tomorrow before the wave starts at noon. I need to tell you about our strategy and what we will do in the wave. Am I clear?" Bakugou corrected and told the soldier as he and the others bowed. "Yes, Sir Shield Hero, we will all be here and ready to fight with you," the soldier finally said as they left the shop. Neia then spoke. "This is cool, Sir Bakugou. Looks like even some of the soldiers are seeing the good in you." Yeah, whatever, let's just visit the witch shop and get what we need already," Bakugou responded. After leaving Erhard's shop, the crew then went to the magic shop. Thanks to Rhino's magic crafting skills, they no longer needed to come back here as often. But at this time Bakugou wanted Rhino to get herself some magic gear that Erhard couldn't provide. First, Rhino got herself a magic cape, similar to Bakugou's but was more of a magenta color than dark red, that provides increased mono regeneration based on the user's magic power pool. The second was a new witch hat. Unlike her old one, this one was a bit smaller and was magenta colored like her cape rather than a green hat, which gave her increased attack power and boosted her agility. Rhino didn't mind the color, it made her stand out more and she thought it looked cool. She also treats it as a transformation of sorts from her old self. No longer a simple caterpillar, she was now a blooming butterfly. A few hours later, after they finished shopping and doing business, Bakugou and his team were eating at a diner as a somewhat celebratory meal before the next wave starts with how far they have gone and accomplished. Though they were not the only heroes at the diner, the sword hero Renimaki was also there, getting himself something to eat by himself while the rest of his team was at the inn resting up and getting ready for tomorrow. He just finished his meal and had been given his sliced up drake meat to go for Scarlet to snack on tomorrow. He was about to just head out until he saw some familiar faces. Not Bakugou and his team, he saw them since they got there onto their tables. What he saw was Motoyasu laying back looking at the ceiling on a chair, looking upset about something by himself, and at the table across from him was Itsuki laying face down on his table with 2 beer mugs next to him. He also noticed that he was wearing inferior armor than before, looking a lot cheaper than the last time he saw Itsuki, especially compared to Motoyasu's expensive armor across from him. Ren was curious and decided to walk up to the 2 other heroes just to talk. He was completely aware of Motoyasu's second duel with Bakugo that ended with him being inside his dragon's mouth. Though he was not sure about Itsuki's predicament other than rumors he would like to confirm first. Once Ren sat down next to Itsuki, the bow hero noticed him. "Oh hey Ren, what are you here for? I heard you recently became a lord to some random town, here, to rub it in?" Itsuki asked with a hint of resentment in his tone. Being a lord is not as easy as it sounds, especially when you're changing a bunch of rules. But it's been a long time since the 3 of us talked to one another. I'm sure you already know, but the next wave is tomorrow and neither of you 2 looks that enthusiastic about it. Ren commented. "How can I when I'm forced to sleep at some shady budget inn that offers sheet breakfast, and served by sheet service?" Itsuki complained. "So why are you staying at a budget inn?" Ren wondered, considering at this point he and the others should have more than enough money to stay at least the normal inns. Could also explain the cheap armor. "It's because of that damn despot from Tervain. That bastard forced me to give up everything for his damn bail of me and my party. All of my money and anything of value I had. Gone. And after losing everything, they gave my bow back, but then he kicked me out of the country penniless in my underwear. My original guild had gone bankrupt and dissolved, and I've been blacklisted by every other guild around." Itsuki ranted. Ren did hear rumors of Itsuki failing to kill some monarch in another country. He wasn't sure if it was some tall tale or not, but now he knows it was true, and it seems that Itsuki had suffered the consequences of getting caught. And Itsuki wasn't done yet. "I can't even get any work from the nobles around here anymore because they think I might kill them for something stupid, and a few of them are now on my ass for killing their corrupt kinsmen before Tervain. To get any sort of money I have to resort to killing monsters and selling off their corpses in parts like at the beginning. It sucks ass." Motoyasu then finally decided to speak up. "I can relate to you not getting any work. The last real job I had was delivering food to some village over a month ago, but when I got there they already cancelled the quest, saying that they already have more than enough food. After that first duel with Bakugo, almost no one would take me seriously anymore. Nobles and merchants either don't want to bother to talk to me thinking I'm useless, or they just flat out laugh at me. It's embarrassing. Do you know what little kids like to say to me? Whiny beach baby?" Ren guessed. Yeah, ugh. It's the same damn thing everywhere." Motoyasu whined, so sick of hearing that insult over and over again. "And I know who you can blame for all of that," Itsuki comments as he looks behind himself, staring mad at Bakugo enjoying himself with his team. Ren can tell they were both filled with jealousy and resentment toward Bakugo and his successes as of late. "Look Itsuki, I know it's easy to blame Bakugo for your misfortune, but you kind of did it yourself. You probably should have known the risks of joining with rebels to assassinate a king." Itsuki quickly turned back towards Ren as he slammed his fist on the table. "It was all Bakugo's fault. I was hired to kill off the tyrant in that stupid country. It should have been straightforward and easy. Kill the bastard, get a big reward after doing it, and hear all the people talking about me being their country's liberator and savior afterward. But goddamn Bakugo butted in my own business, and he not only ruined my job, but he utterly humiliated me. That damn tyrant would have been dead if it wasn't for him, and I'd be living it up in Melromarc's highest establishments right now, instead of this dump." Itsuki finished ranting as he drinks some more beer. Ren remained silent, not sure what to say about it. He can tell Itsuki was full of anger and hate right now, and Motoyasu rarely listens to him anyway, so it was hopeless to talk to both of them. He wondered if it was even a good idea to come to this table in the first place. Then a blonde-haired woman adventurer came up to Itsuki, most likely one of his companions. "Sir Itsuki, I'm here to update you on that quest from that lord you were trying to get. she says to him. Yeah, and what did he say? Spit it out, Itsuki demanded rudely. Well, he demanded to know what weapon you were carrying, and I just told him that you were a cardinal hero without specifying who, but even without me giving out any details he immediately figured out it was you and refused to offer the quest. God damn it. I told you idiots before to lie about my appearance, my weapon, and my position to the nobles and merchants. They know all about that stupid assassination thing. No wonder we can't get any work. Because of dumbasses like you. Itsuki exploded at the girl who ran away, almost crying for upsetting her leader Itsuki that much. Itsuki face-palmed himself in frustration. Maybe I should have left some of them to rot at Tervain, at least then I would have had some coin left. Ren was surprised to hear such a thing from Itsuki. I understand you are going through hard times, but don't be saying things like that to your party members. They were willing to fight and possibly die for you, and you're considering to throw them away like trash? Oh, shut up, Ren. It's not like you care much about your teammates either. Didn't you say those that can't keep up will be left in the dust? Itsuki retorts back. I know what I said before, but that's different than letting them be imprisoned forever because I failed in one of my missions, Ren says back, but it seemed that Itsuki hardly cared and was just drinking away some more. Motoyasu then decided to butt in. Oh yeah, Ren, I noticed you recently gotten yourself a little angel with you, she is quite cute. Motoyasu comments with his cheeks looking red. You mean Scarlet? Ren asked, though he was getting disturbed by the way he was describing his filorial and the look of lust on his face. Oh, Scarlet is her name? That's so cute. I've seen her with you before and she's adorable even when she transforms into that giant bird thing. I admit I have a bit of a thing for angels from the games I played in my old world. Admittedly none of them had black feathers, but I kind of like it. It's sort of like an angel going through a rebellious phase or doing something naughty to get the black feathers. Her big red eyes, her beautiful smooth flawless skin, the cute dress, and her long silky hair, just such beauty. Oh, I'm just imagining how Motoyasu shouted after getting hit in the head by the flat end of Ren's sword. What the hell was that for? Don't be talking about Scarlet that way, she's barely over a month old. A young girl shouldn't be described like that of the mind of a perverted 21-year-old college student. For someone who scolds Bakugo for being a rapist, it's hypocritical to be thinking about a little girl that way. So just drop it, Ren tells him off, getting defensive of Scarlet. Geese I was. Just Motoyasu then stopped as Ren had his sword up at his throat. I said drop it, in fact don't ever talk about her and that way ever again or I'm going to be the one to humiliate you in public this time. Ren threatens him as he puts his sword away. After that Motoyasu stopped talking about Scarlet for the rest of the night. Itsuki then decided to speak up again. Speaking of companions, I've noticed that Bakugo got himself another war following him. I wonder how much he paid her to follow his ugly ass around. Ren rolled his eyes at Itsuki's statement, but he did notice that Bakugo had some other girl at the table next to Neia. He didn't remember seeing her at Merso, so she was probably a relatively recent addition to his party. Motoyasu then spoke up again. Yeah, she does look cute, though. But is it me or does she look somewhat familiar? He says after getting a look at her. Motoyasu wasn't sure, but the girl was starting to remind him of someone. The brown hair, the smooth face, and the witch hat and attire. Motoyasu continued to squint his eyes for half a minute as Itsuki and Ren looked at him awkwardly, wondering if he is drunk or not. Motoyasu then finally got it. Holy crap, it's Rhino. He says, now recognizing her. You know her? Ren asked. You kidding me? She was in my party from the beginning. Around 2 weeks ago mine told me she had to leave to see her sick grandpa. I guess he had finally fully recovered. Motoyasu said, excitingly happy to see one of his cute teammates back again. Ren was confused though. Mine told you? Not Rhino herself? Why exactly is she with Bakugo, then? Ren asked, finding this odd. Who knows, maybe she is trying to get some dirt or information out of that bastard. I probably still should say hi and invite her back in. Motoyasu says as he leaves the table toward her while Ren and Itsuki watch just to see what will happen. Motoyasu finally walks up to Bakugou's table. "Hi Reni, it's good to see you back again." Motoyasu casually greets Rhino by his nickname of her. The table quickly became silent as Rhino, and even Kirishima gave him a mad look in the eyes toward the spear hero. Bakugou then spoke up, "What the hell do you want, ponytail slot?" he demanded. "Yeah, I'm not talking to you." Motoyasu casually dismissed and looks back at Rhino. "It's been a little while since I last saw you, Reni. Never got the chance to say goodbye to you or anything, made me a little sad, but I see you're back here again after your time with your grandpa. I also like the new clothing you got, you look a lot hotter in red. But anyway, you're still free to come back on my team again and we can continue to have more fun adventures together with me," he says to her, completely clueless about everything that had happened to her. Bakugou would have exploded at him for that ignorance, but he was curious to see what Rhino will do, so he just sat back to watch. Rhino continued to look at him coldly and it became an awkward 20 seconds. Rhino then finally stood up from her chair and walked right up in front of Motoyasu and gave him a warm smile. Motoyasu then smiles back, "It's great to have you back, Rin." Rhino then kicked him right between his legs. This caught the entire diner's attention, especially Ren and Itsuki's. Motoyasu immediately squeals in pain by that kick of her metal boots as he holds on to his crotch, making him kneel down on his knees. Rhino then slaps Motoyasu in the face and slapped and slapped and slapped over and over again at each side, making his cheeks red. After doing that over a dozen times, Rhino finally exploded at him. "You idiotic and clueless piece of shit. Reni, what's the stop calling me Reni and listen to me for once. Did you have any idea what had happened to me at the spa on that day?" I don't. Of course you don't know. Since you couldn't figure it out, I'll spell it out for you. That rotten beach malty had sold me off to a group of human slavers. And you didn't do jack shit to stop them or to find me. But, Rhino, weren't you off with your sick grandpa, who I don't have any living grandpas, you idiot? My maternal grandpa died in a war over a decade before I was even born, and my paternal one died of a disease when I was barely 2 years old. I told you this once before and yet you believed in that evil beach over me. But Rhino, buddy, and you want to know who had to save me?" Rhino then points toward Bakugou. "He saved me. Without even knowing me, he had done more for me than you had ever done. But Rhino, we were a team. We were companions at arms. Rhino then slapped him in the face again. "We were not a team, dumbass. You never had us do anything since I and the others became a part of your stupid party. We were nothing more than eye candy to you while you went out flexing your shallow ego." Bakugou, on the other hand, he may be harsh and loud, but he didn't let my talents get squandered and he didn't treat me like some helpless flower. He allowed me to fight, he allowed to help other people. He allowed me to learn more, I was allowed me to help him as his champion or sidekick, and I was allowed to be a hero. Sir Bakugou is a true hero. Unlike you. But Rhino, he nearly raped mine, mine can go right to hell. Even if anything from her lying mouth was true, I say Bakugou should have done far worse than that after what you allowed her to do to me. I hated her and she and the rest of the girls hated me just for my existence. And you just allowed them to do so. Neia is a true friend to me. She doesn't care where I came from or who I was originally associated with. We laugh. We have fun, and enjoy each other's company as sisters in arms. We are true friends. Hell, even Kirishima, Sir Bakugou's dragon is 1,000 times better than you or your other warriors. Rhino. But maybe if we talk this through we can. Will you forking listen? I don't care about you anymore. Don't you get it? I never want to have anything to do with you or those other beaches in your so-called team ever, again. To hell with mine. To hell with Lesty. To hell with Elena. And to hell with you. Rhino was about to turn back to the table until she turns quickly back to Motoyasu. "Oh yeah, one more thing. You're tasted like literal cooking sheet." She finished as went back to the table to sit down. After that the entire diner and bar were in complete shock after that display. Motoyasu, despite still feeling pain at his crotch, he was emotionally hurt and was absolutely confused with the look of a lost puppy. He tried to wrap his head around what he just witnessed only a few seconds ago. He wanted to scoff it off as Bakugo badly influencing her like with Neia, but Rhino was his partner for far longer than any time she was with Bakugo. He trusted Rhino as he trusted all of his other girlfriends, but that part about Mine selling her off to slavers completely confused him. He loved Mine and trusted her no matter what and would protect her from anything, but he also trusted and loved Rhino as well, so he can't properly think with this confusing dilemma. He didn't know who to believe. But either way he felt hurt. That has to be the first time a girl just broke up and rejected him like that. It hurt his soul, along with his cheeks and crotch. The building continued to remain silent. None of these men had ever seen such a rejection from a woman, rejecting a cardinal hero no less, who continued to kneel on the ground in pain, both physical and emotional. Bakugo's team was just as silent from that roasting. The silence finally broke when Bakugo finally cheered, "Hell yeah, brown hair. That was forking, killer. You put that beach baby back in his place. You definitely had a mouth on you." He congratulates his sidekick, who was starting to look a little embarrassed by the attention, but she likes the praise from her sometimes hard to please hero, and was also happy that she stood up to Motoyasu. Neia even congratulated her. "Definitely, that was far more epic than when I told off that bastard and kicked his crotch." She remembers. Bakugo decided to raise his drink in the air. "I'm calling for a celebration for tonight for my team." Bakugo then stood up. "Drinks are all on me tonight." Bakugo shouts, showing off a gold coin in his hand. The entire bar's silence finally ended as they all cheered to Bakugo for the free drinks, with them all shouting, "Shield hero! Shield hero! Shield hero!" The diner seemed to fill up with joy and excitement now, all except for Motoyasu, still on the floor almost crying, and Itsuki, who was getting completely pissed off at Bakugo. He was barely scraping by and Bakugo was just showing off his wealth to everyone as they cheered for him. They cheer for a self-centered rapist over me? A damn shielder. Itsuki thinks to himself, getting madder and madder as everyone continued to chant Bakugo's title. Itsuki finally couldn't take it anymore. "Alright, that's it," he shouts out loud, surprising Ren as Itsuki moves away from his table and stomped his way toward Bakugo. Bakugo took notice when Itsuki was finally up toward him. "What the hell do you think you are doing, you greedy bastard?" Itsuki yells at the unimpressed Bakugo. "What the hell do you want, beach? You want to make yourself into an idiot too?" Bakugo mocks him. "You think of yourself to be so cool and successful that you have to brag it around like some damn celebrity, when you're just some rapist bastard with a dumb shield." Itsuki insults back, which is just amusing Bakugo. "You mean the dumb shield that kicked your ass before? Why do you even care anyway?" Bakugo insults back, "Do you realize what you have done to me? I lost everything to that stupid tyrant you protected, and I have to basically live in poverty because of you." Itsuki shouts at him. "Yeah, and so what? It's not my fault that you were an idiot who allied with a bunch of shady-ass characters and butted in on international affairs that were never your business anyway." Bakugo retorts back. "Shut up with your stupid excuses. You basically ruined me. I should be the one with that kind of money, not you. An arrogant bully and a piece of shit. Oh boo-hoo, cry me a river, beach. Will you stop calling me that? It's Itsuki. I'm supposed to be the main hero here. I'm the main character. And you're just the sat side character that everyone should be hating, who thinks he's the best when he really is not, and should have been left out of the plot and forgotten about. Main character? Ha 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 ha. That's your argument. You still think this is some stupid video game of yours and you think you are the star of the story? You're just as delusional as Ponytail Slot there. Delusional? You're calling me Delu? Itsuki then thought of something. I see now. I see how all of this went. You set all three of us up. Set what up, idiot? Bakugo asked, wondering what he was even talking about. All the crap you have done since the start was an elaborate plot to ruin us because you got jealous of the fact that you got stuck with just a shield and we got weapons worth a damn. You set up that quest at Tervain to attract me to it and created a scenario for it to turn against me so that bastard tyrant could steal all my stuff and tarnish my name. And with Motoyasu. You must have made a deal with mine to act out that lousy thief claims to set Motoyasu up with that duel where you completely humiliated him. And you tried something similar with Ren at the beginning where you and that redhead war again acted that whole rape thing to get Ren to jump in to help you and ruin his reputation, but he got lucky when he, rightfully refused to help your pathetic ass. It was all a part of your plan to ruin us all because you got stuck with that pathetic shield. When we are the actual heroes that mattered here. You're just brain dead. Bakugo just says to him, he couldn't even describe how stupid all of that all was. He wasn't going to bother to say anything else to him knowing he'll just say something stupider as he growls in anger at him. Ren was just as baffled by that accusation and rolls his eyes and stayed silent from that whole event. Motoyasu on the other hand got quickly offended by what Itsuki just said about mine and finally got himself back up again. Hey. Mine would never get involved in something like that, Itsuki. You are going to apologize for that. Motoyasu jumps in defense of Malty. Just hearing that made Rhino-sai not surprised. He immediately went to her defense despite all she told him of her. Itsuki quickly turns toward the spear hero. Oh please Motoyasu, everyone knows that she just a line war and you're too dense to see it. So just shut up and get out of our business. Motoyasu getting more defensive pushed against Itsuki. You shut up. You're just jealous that I have the hottest and greatest girls on my team. While you are stuck with suck-up losers while you wear cheap crappy equipment. What? Jealous of being used as a pull horse to some more princess. And one of your old so-called girlfriends just told you to fork off a minute ago. So why don't you just do that and jerk off to your lily fantasies away from here? Motoyasu almost had it. Okay, now you're just sounding like Bakugo. Itsuki immediately got triggered by that and grabs a glass of beer and throws it right into Motoyasu's face. Don't you dare compare me to that bastard. The glass immediately shattered on Motoyasu's face, covering his in glass, beer, and pain. But as the college kid wipes the alcohol off his face, he looks down at Itsuki very pissed off. Okay kid, playtime is over now. Motoyasu then immediately grabs on Itsuki's armor and literally throws him across another group's table, sliding until he falls off it. Motoyasu laughs until Itsuki yells and jumps on Motoyasu, hitting him with his own bow as the two fight and smash into more tables. The other groups of people were getting pissed off by the two's destruction, and combine that with alcohol, the other groups begin attacking and punching at each other. Very quickly the entire diner turned into full-out brawl with almost everyone beating each other up or throwing things at one another. Ren remained silent as he grabbed his to-go food and walks along the walls avoiding the fighting until he was out of the door, wanting nothing to do with this nonsense and regretted ever coming in. The fighting continued as Motoyasu and Itsuki punched and kicked at each other with their fists or their cardinal weapons as blunt objects. Motoyasu then threw Itsuki on the floor and grabs up a chair over his head. Time for some ahhh. Motoyasu shouted as he got electrocuted and forced him to drop the chair. A menu then appeared at him that stated, "Caution rule violation, cardinal hero not allowed to use any other weapon but their assigned one." What? How does that count? Motoyasu complained to himself. Itsuki then kicks him in the crotch while he was distracted. Ow. Come on, stop hitting me there, you cheap bastard. He yells at Itsuki again as the two continued beating each other up along with many others. Bakugo's team remained quiet at the table as they watched the carnage as the fighting remained away from them. Neia then spoke up. So what now? Bakugo just shrugs. Just let the idiots fight. We need the energy for tomorrow anyway, so ignore them and just eat. He answered with Neia and Rhino nodding in agreement as the group continues to eat while they hear the fight in the background. After a few minutes the team finishes uninterrupted and casually walked away as the fighting still went on, especially with the spear and bow hero. Eventually, a bit after, The team left. The guards were sent in to bring back order to the place, with both Motoyasu and Itsuki now forced to pay fines for starting the whole incident in the first place and disturbing the peace. Bakugo and his team went back to their inn and dressed. They were ready for the event tomorrow. The next wave was on its way. By next morning near around noon, the time was nearly here. Since about 8 o'clock a.m. Bakugo used his fast travel around to warn as many towns as possible about the incoming wave and prepare in however they could. The wave spawns seem to be random, so it's hard to know if any of these towns will even get a single monster attack, but it was better to be safe than sorry. It was now 11:55 a.m., 5 minutes until the next wave. And Bakugo, his crew, and the group of knights were all together by Erhard's shop, ready awaiting the time to come. Erhard was generous enough to provide some spare swords for the knights as well as some healing potions. While there was a sense of dread in the air, the crew was all prepared to fight the waves and do what needs to be done to kill the monsters and protect the civilians. His battle formation knights and mages were all lined up as Bakugo makes a speech for them. "All right soldiers, listen up. The wave is about to arrive soon and we will be transported into the main force of it. Our duty as heroes is to kill whatever evil bastards come out of it. But don't think that is your only duty either. You are to protect any remaining civilians if you can and kill any bastard that attempts to, as well containing the collateral damage. Like I told you before, there is no guarantee you will all survive, but if you remember who you are with and do what you are told, then you have nothing to worry about. So I'm going to ask you once. Are you ready to fight?" "Sir, yes sir," the group said in unison, looking confident and eager, just what Bakugo likes to see. He then turns toward his sidekicks. "You guys ready as well?" "More than ready," Neia says confidently, "as am I." Rhino also says. And right next to her, Kirishima transforms into his adult form as he roars out loud, basically saying he's ready as well. Bakugo smirks as the time counts down to 0, "Good, now let's be heroes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And just like the last wave, the sky immediately turned red and the strange portals appearing along with them. And just like last time, Bakugo and his team was teleported to the head of the wave along with his crew and his command unit of knights. The third wave has started. The wave was a lot more different this time. Rather than zombies or bees, the monsters consisted of dark wolves, condors, goblins, and lizardmen. They all began to pour and to cause as much death and destruction as they can. The three heroes went off to find and fight the boss, but Bakugo and his team were remaining near the town they spawned at together to fight off the wave attacks. Most of the village had thankfully been evacuated because of Bakugo's warning, with most of the ones remaining being adventurers, soldiers, and warriors remaining behind to protect their town. Legions of monsters grouped up together to attack, but Bakugo's squad goes on to slaughter many of them. Bakugo's explosions killed off enemy after enemy as they are blown to pieces, with the loud sound attracting more monsters, which Bakugo continued to blow even more up, as well as providing any spells or defense to his soldiers and sidekicks. Neia wasn't far behind him as she slices and dices the monsters with great speed with her two swords and would stun the bigger enemies with her electric magic as none could withstand the voltage. Rhino created many spells that devastated groups of enemies with her earth and her light spells as she bombarded the area like artillery fire. She's been the anti-air fighter as well as she vaporized flocks of the condors in the sky into piles of ash and feathers. Kirishima was having the most fun as he squishes, eats, and burns almost everything in his path. Some of the monsters even began to retreat as the giant hungry dragon rampages through their legions. The soldiers and mages that came with Bakugo were also of good help, coordinating with their team leader as they fight off the stragglers and outliers of the monster legions, as well as protecting the people and their homes, providing them with any kind of support. This went on for over an hour as what's alive of the wave monsters began to retreat and attempt to regroup. It was a very eventful wave. What was the strangest thing for Bakugo though was that in the village this random old woman was kicking the crap out of some of the goblins and wolves with just her bare hands. A surprised and curious Bakugo approached her, and he immediately recognized her. She was one of the first people he helped heal up after he dealt with the Hydra. He remembered her just sick in bed, barely alive and coughing up a storm, and here she is fighting like she's in her 20s when she is most likely over 4 times that age. After crushing a goblin's skull, the woman saw the shield hero and gracefully had her fist at her palm. "Thank you again for your aid before, shield hero. I'm internally in your debt," she says as she then back kicks a wolf right above her. "Did I give this senior steroids or something?" he thought to himself as his team, including his dragon and soldiers, ran up to him to group up. "Sir Bakugo, the village area has been secured with the older woman killing the last of them in town," Neia says to him. "Most of the skies are cleared up too," Rhino also says. Then one of the young soldiers spoke up. "Indeed, thanks to Miss Rhino's spells and your dragon's fires, most of the enemy has temporarily shattered. Though I don't know how long it will last before they regroup and gain reinforcements." Bakugo wondered that himself. The wave had gone on for over an hour and it hasn't stopped yet. He's wondering if the 3 idiots were having trouble with the boss or not, otherwise it should have been over by now. "Hey, who's that?" one of the soldiers said when he saw a green-haired adventurer coming toward the group. "Is she another one of yours, young man?" the tough old woman asked him. "No, but I'm sure she is with someone," Bakugo answered her with the woman coming toward him. The woman spoke as soon as she got up to them. "Sir Shield, have you wiped out the monsters away from this village?" the girl asked, looking out of breath. "Yeah, and who are you?" Bakugo answered and asked. "I'm with Sir Ren, the sword hero. Before the wave started, he ordered me and his other companions to split up, go out to any area or town to help out any of the villages around here while he and Little Scarlet dealt with the wave boss," the woman answered. Bakugo was surprised that Ren seemed to have learned his lesson from the last wave to let the companions and his team. He wasn't doing anything to be useful to be for the defenseless people. Though he can't believe that he made everyone except for his bird girl do this. He expected for him to at least bring a few as support, but Bakugo just thought whatever. Bakugo then asked, "So where the hell is he at along with those 2 other idiots?" The girl then pointed toward the valley away from the village. "He and the other heroes are out west trying to kill the boss of the wave," she answered. "Well, he seems to be doing a job at it. It's almost been 2 hours and these bastards keep coming in," Bakugo comments as he looks up to see more monsters coming down from the portals to reinforce the shattered legions. One of the soldiers then spoke up, "Sir Shield Hero, if you have to fight the boss then you can go. We will stay here to hold the monsters off. This wave needs to end soon before we are exhausted." Bakugo was thinking the same thing anyway and didn't protest. "All right, you soldiers hold out and not die while my team kill this stupid boss already," he ordered them. "Yes, sir," the group answered him. He then turned to the senior, "Old lady, I'm going to put you in charge of them. Keep them all alive for me, and send as many of these bastards to hell as you can," he ordered her. The old woman just smiles toward him as she slaps a surprised soldier in the back. "You can count on me. I may be retired, but these old bones can still throw a good punch and kick," she said confidently. Bakugo smiles and turns toward his team. "Blue, brown hair, you guys ready to go?" "Yes," Neia and Rhino said in unison. Kirishima then lowered his wing down as the 3 heroes got on his saddle. Bakugo grabs his dragon's reins and shouted, "Kirishima, fly!" And the dragon lifts himself into the air as they head off toward the valley to find the boss and the 3 other heroes. Along the way, a swarm of condors attempted to attack them, but Kirishima burns away most of them, along with Rhino blasting at what's left of the swarm with her arcane magic blasts. They fly for a few minutes until the team saw an unusual sight. It was a giant ship, but it was floating in the air on land with what looks like some sort of tentacle monster attached to its hull. "Great, a forking ship again," Bakugo groans, having already fought on a ship recently after saving Rhino and now has to fight in one again. Though he guessed it was at least different than fighting at the water with what looks like the boat itself attacking the heroes rather than low-life slavers. Bakugo then turns to his team. "You ready for this?" he asked them. Both girls nodded confidently, which makes Bakugo smirked. "Okay, Kirishima, land there," He orders his dragon as the flying beast approached the ship. On the flying ship the three cardinal heroes were all engaging it in 3 different ways. Itsuki and his party were trying to attack the ship ornament that resembled a skull, launching a mass of arrows at it where it also spawned out enemies, but no matter how many times he hits it with arrows nothing else happens, despite it being how it was done in Dimension Web. Motoyasu and his crew were engaging the ship's kraken tentacles as they come from all angles to attack the hero, but as he slices through each tentacle regenerates back again. Ren and Scarlet were fighting against the ghost skeleton pirate captain and his crew as the sword hero slices up the captain over and over only for him to respawn back as if nothing happened. This has gone on for almost 2 hours and the 3 groups are nowhere closer to unleashing the boss than before. The 3 heroes were starting to get tired and overwhelmed by the constant fodder and eventually they all backed into each other. Ren finally spoke up to the 2. "What are you 2 doing? We need to kill the captain to spawn the boss." "No, we need to defeat the kraken tentacles first to spawn it." Motoyasu responds. "You're both doing it wrong, we need to destroy the figurehead to spawn it," Itsuki yells at both of them. "All you've been doing was shooting arrows at that stupid decoration for the past hour, it's not working." Motoyasu yells at Itsuki. "Neither is you or Ren's strategy. You guys have been killing the same damn things for just as long and they just respawn back. It's clear that we need to destroy the figurehead." Itsuki retorts back. Motoyasu is too prideful to listen, but Ren did understand that their strategies are not working so far, but he doesn't know what else to do. Killing the ghost captain is supposed to summon the boss in Brave Star Online, so what else could spawn it? "Should we try eating the master, Ren?" "You shouldn't be eating bones, Scarlet, they could choke you and you tried that already and he just respawns outside of your stomach." "But I like the crunching sounds they make in my beak," Scarlet says, missing Ren's point. "Ren, how about you stop playing with your stupid bird already and just focus?" Itsuki insults back. Scarlet looked at Itsuki with a mad look. She was not liking him for insulting her and Ren as she twitched her eye. Ren tried to calm him down. "Itsuki, she's barely over a month old, you shouldn't." "I can say whatever the hell I want. If you're just going to play house then get the hell out of here. We never needed someone who defends rapists anyway." Itsuki insults again, now making Ren angry. Scarlet also got really mad. "You stop insulting Master Ren, he's way better than you, short guy. How about you just choke on a bone already and die off? It'd be one less problem to deal with." Scarlet finally had enough and just kicks Itsuki with her large bird feet to the side of the deck. Itsuki groans in pain and then growls in complete anger when he quickly got himself up. "You little brat. I'll kill you right now for that." Itsuki quickly readies his bow for a big attack. Ren immediately responds by jumping right in Itsuki's path with his sword on guard to protect Scarlet, but that just made it better for the bow hero. "No. Don't hurt her," shouted a voice, though it was not Ren, it was Motoyasu. He jumps on Itsuki, making him miss his attack with the energy blast blowing at the side of the ship. "What the hell are you doing, you idiot?" Itsuki yells at Motoyasu. "You were going to kill the innocent angel, you monster." Motoyasu yells back with Ren unsure if he should thank Motoyasu for that or be creeped out by his obsessions. "Are you serious? You and your stupid pedophilia fetish again?" Itsuki insults Motoyasu. "It's not pedophilia, it's for the bird angel." Motoyasu yells again. "Just get out of my way, you dumbass." Itsuki attempts to push him over, but Motoyasu attempts to stop him again as the two struggled until they started throwing punches at one another, starting a brawl in the middle of a wave. The Spear Heroes team finally spoke out. "You fools, get your bow hero to stop this right now and apologize for this disgrace." Malty ordered Itsuki's biggest companion in his heavy armor. But the large man just laughed at her. "Like I need to tell Master Itsuki to stop teaching a lesson to that pathetic idiot. How dare you disobey me? I'm the crown princess." "Yeah, and you're only second in line. Your baby sister is going to get the crown before you. I heard you even lost a duel to some dummy." I can see why your mom doesn't want a complete failure as queen, ha ha ha. The big metal man mocks her. Multi then got extremely pissed off and fire punches him in the face. The giant man then got pissed off as well and punches back, starting a brawl with Multi. Soon enough the rest of the two teams all joined in and started fighting with one another in a big brawl, all but the young green-haired girl and Itsuki's team, who was running away from it scared. As the brawl went on, Ren just stood there face-palming himself. Are we really doing this again in the middle of an event? He said out loud. I'm so sorry for doing that, master. I just hated that guy. Scarlet apologizing. Don't worry about that. These two are just acting like children right now. We just need to. Master Ren, look out. Scarlet shouts as she sees tentacle monsters about to attack Ren from behind until she slices its head clean off with her sharp, powerful bird feet. Ren then turned and saw two more tentacles rising up, looking down at him along with a new group of more pirate zombies. Damn it, we allowed them to regenerate their health back. He yells to himself, and he and his goth bird went off to kill more of the tentacles and skeleton pirate groups. All the while Itsuki and Motoyasu's groups continue to fight one another, not paying attention. It was until they all begin to look up to see even larger versions of the tentacles up high near the ship's sails. It made them all pause as Motoyasu, Itsuki, and Ren hold out their arms ready to prepare to attack them. But as the tentacles begin their descent to attack, they are suddenly covered in fire, making them scream in agony. The three heroes and their teams didn't know what just happened until they heard a roar up in the sky and saw an orange-red dragon along with Bakugo and his team. Ren was surprised to finally be seeing him here, but Itsuki and Motoyasu looked up in disgust. After flying around the ship, Kirishima finally lands on the ship hull with Bakugo and his team jumping off. Now the real heroes are here. Bakugo announced with everyone on the ship looking toward him and his group. And Itsuki was not remotely happy about it. What the hell are you doing here? Go back to protect the town or whatever and get out of our business. He yells at him. Bakugo just laughs. Ha, like I need your permission to do anything. I beat the shit out of you, but you and Ponytail Slot seem to be doing that by yourselves already. He insults them, having seen their little brawl from above, which just makes Itsuki even madder. Bakugo then turned toward Ren, knowing he was the only one of them he can get an answer from. So pale-face, this damn wave has gone on longer than 2 hours. Where the hell is the boss? Ren quickly answers. I've been telling these two we need to find a way to permanently kill the skeleton captain to spawn the boss. It needs to die more than once. You and that stupid skeleton again. That's clearly not working. We need to destroy the figurehead at the hull first. Itsuki spoke out. No, we need to kill the tentacles first. That's how it spawns an emerald online. So none of you morons could figure it out? How pathetic. Bakugo insults the three. Then Multi punches the armored guy in the nose, making him let go of her, ending the struggle. She then stomped up toward Bakugo. You're the pathetic one here, shield devil. Motoyasu would have had all of this done already if these two incompetents didn't mess around with the ship. And you're just making it worse with your stench. So how about you get lost along with your thieving, cheating to me, your filthy dragon, Ender. Multi stopped when she got a closer look at Bakugo's other partner that she immediately recognized as Rhino, and she did not look happy to see her. What the hell is she doing here? She should be halfway to Fabry by now. How the hell did this devil get to her? She yells in her head, surprised and pissed off. After a few brief seconds of silence, Rhino finally spoke up. Hi, nice to see you again. I'm guessing your boy Toy didn't tell you about me last night. Mine turns his head at Motoyasu, who was looking away, whistling, trying to stay out of that mess as much as possible. A mad Mine then turns back again. Well, oh, whatever, your word probably doesn't mean much anyway. If you're joining sides with the devil, then you're nothing more than the devil's spawn. Like I care what you think of me anymore, war. And besides, Sir Bakugo can actually make quite the meal. You're still stuck with Peach Baby's cooking. Rhino snarks back, which just makes Mine angrily twitch more. But before she said anything back, Itsuki shouted, Okay, can we get back on topic and killing the figurehead? You two and Motoyasu can talk about his sheet cooking later. I told for the last time we need to kill the tentacles. And my cooking is not sheet. Motoyasu yells at him. No, it's the captain we need to kill. Ren also shouts again. The three then went on to argue with each other with the spear, and their hero parties now on edge again, ready for another brawl. Bakugou just rolls his eyes and had enough trying to get answers out of them as he witnesses the tentacles and the skeleton pirates now moving toward them. Screw it. Forget them. Kirishima, fly up and get the tentacles' attention. Brown hair, destroy the tentacles while they focus on him. Blue, you're with me to kill the skeleton crew. And Kirishima, after brown hair kills the tentacles, burn that figurehead to a crisp. He ordered his crew, who all nodded in approval. The crew then split. Bakugo and Neia attack the skeleton pirate crew as they both tear through them like paper. Kirishima flies up in the air, getting the tentacles' attention. Many tried to attack the dragon, but his evasion was higher than the tentacle's speed. Rhino then begins to cast her spell as her staff and eyes glow with mana. I cast the nature of light, arcane missiles. She shouts as several energy balls appear around her, and as she aimed her staff she launches out multiple magic energy blasts at the kraken tentacles, with the blast either blowing them up or cutting clean through. It was an impressive sight that surprised the three heroes of such power from a mere companion. Motoyasu was the most surprised as he was struggling with one at a time, but Rhino, his former companion, was butchering them like nothing without even hitting Katsuki's dragon. And back with Katsuki and Neia, the two went through the skeleton crew like nothing until Bakugo blasted through, right to the captain and blows him into pieces. After Rhino took care of the tentacles, Kirishima flew right toward the ship figurehead as he breathes his flames on the magic object as it burns to a crisp. The crew all group back together as they wait around to see what will happen. But unfortunately, just as before, no boss appeared. The tentacles grew back, the skeleton pirate captain came back to life, and the ship figurehead was also self-repairing itself. It pissed off Bakugo. Damn it, destroying these things did jack shit. You idiots wasted your time for this crap. Bakugo scolds the other heroes. You were clearly doing it wrong, Bakugo. It needed to be destroyed by wind magic, not fire. It needs to be me who summons the boss. Itsuki yells at Bakugo, just making the teen roll his eyes. Motoyasu then spoke up. When did that become a requirement? You're just pulling things out of your ass at this point. And then the two went on to bicker with one another along with their teams again, with Ren staying out of it this time, knowing they weren't going to listen, wondering if it was even possible to kill the captain permanently. Scarlet, though, had something else on her mind. That stupid dragon thinks he's better than me with his stinking fire breath. Well, I can destroy the skull thing without fire. Scarlet then went toward the figurehead to Ren's displeasure. No, Scarlet. We need to defeat the captain first. Get back here. Ren yells and runs after her, not wanting to use the slave seal, so he attempts to get her back the hard way as she peeks at the figurehead with her beak. Morons. Bakugo just sighs to himself, trying to ignore all the idiocy going on as he tries to think. Neia then spoke up. So what now, Sir Bakugo? Did we just do something wrong? No, Blue. Clearly the fact these things are continually regenerating means that killing them is not what we are supposed to do. Back in my world in RPG games, if certain enemies keep respawning or re-heal back, usually it means that they are relevant to a boss. So these things may have something else to do with the boss, but these dumbasses are doing it the wrong way. Bakugo told her as he continued to think what else would spawn the boss. Rhino then spoke up. Sir Bakugo, if it's relevant, I have noticed that there seems to be a weird source of dark magic emitting around the ship, but it seemed focused near the captain and the tentacles, though not really on but next to them, if it makes any sense. Could that be a clue? Bakugo continued to scratch his chin as he takes the information Rhino said in. Dark energy around the skeleton and tentacles, but not directly on them. He observes the two things as they're about to attack the three heroes again while they were busy arguing. He looks around the skeleton, until he looks at its shadow, and just by looking at it he knew something didn't look right about it, looking strange and wavy. Bakugo then smiles. Looks like we cracked the puzzle. he announced and looks toward Rhino. "Brown hair, I want you to cast a light spell as bright as possible." "Yes sir." Rhino answered back. Rhino then uses her light spell and throws the ball of light in the air. She then used another light magic to increase the spell's power tenfold, intensifying light. She shouts and the small ball of light brightens up the whole ship with a bright blinding light. Due to the shield's passive effects, both Bakugo and his team were not affected by the bright light, but the other heroes and their teams were all disgruntled and covering their eyes from the bright light. "What the hell are you doing, Bakugo? Are you trying to blind us?" Itsuki shouts with Bakugo just ignoring him. Bakugo quickly saw the skeleton captain's shadow now more active than before and had what looked like a face. Blue hit the shadow on the pirate bastard. He ordered her. Without question, the runs and jumps at it and stabs her two swords on the shadow, causing the source of the dark magic to go wild and spews out of the ground. As Bakugo's light spell dissipates, the other heroes saw what was going on as they all looked surprised by the energy coming out of the shadow. Ren then looked behind himself and saw a kraken tentacles shadow with a similar looking evil smile. He knew what Bakugo had in mind, and just like now he jumps and stabs at the kraken's shadow, causing energy to be released as well. Soon enough more of these beams of energy started to pop up all around the ship, with everyone wondering what was happening. Finally the energy geysers begin to launch out into one spot in the air above the ship as it comes together as a large ball of energy. Eventually that dark energy created a new being. It looked like a giant fish-like creature with sharp teeth and claws, but it had some sort of ghost look to it and had an aurora to it that made its body look like it's on fire. Bakugo never saw anything like it before, and when he checked his status screen it was labeled as Sleater. Bakugo hoped the name isn't literal. Though judging by the thing's size and its huge health bar, this was definitely the wave boss. The three other heroes immediately reacted and started to launch out various magic attacks at it: Thunderbolt Slash, Thunder Arrow, Lightning Spear. But as each of their attacks hit, they did pretty much nothing to the Sleater. The three continued to mindlessly attack the thing with their champions providing support, but even then they yet to knock down a single bit of health from the Sleater while Bakugo watched and observed. The ghost fish creature finally attacks as it flies downward and creates a ball of green energy from its mouth and blasted right at the heroes, creating a big explosion. And just like that the cardinal heroes and their teams were all knocked out by one blast, as most of them lay on the deck floor injured. All but Bakugo and his crew, who were all completely protected by his shield. The three other heroes were able to recover, but they were just as clueless on what to do with the boss. Bakugo on the other hand had somewhat of an idea. From what he has seen, the Sleater is not affected by physical attacks, so just hitting it with a sword isn't going to do anything, but it did seem to be particularly vulnerable to magic attacks. "Brown hair, enchant my gauntlets with magic quick," he orders, with Rhino putting a minor enchantment spell on his gauntlets and the sweat inside them. It didn't do much to the sweat itself, but the light magic made the sweat count as a magical enhancement, so it would count as a magic attack. Bakugo fought a similar type of enemy only affected by magic with Rhino at some abandoned ruins a few days ago, so he knew it worked. After the three heroes got knocked away again by the Sleater's energy ball attack, Bakugo ordered his crew, "Kirishima, fly up with me and fry the fish and dodge its attacks as much as possible. Blue and brown hair, stay on the ground and use your magic attacks at the thing while it's paying attention to me and Kirishima," he ordered, with the crew nodding in agreement. As the three heroes lay on the ground injured, the Sleater then turned its attention to Bakugo as he jumps in the air with his quirk as he engages the ghost beast. The Sleater blasted at him, but Bakugo dodges it and gave his own blast at the monster. Unlike the others' attacks, the Sleater was now suffering a loss of health, only a small amount but still an amount no less. The Sleater ready another attack at Bakugo, until its back gets blasted with a giant stream of fire. It turns to see a dragon flying right at its level. The ghost monster launches its energy ball at it, only for Kirishima to blast his own fireball at it, with the two magic balls smashing into each other, causing them to blow themselves up. The Sleater attempts to slash and bite at Kirishima, but his agility exceeded the Sleater, so he dodged all of its attacks while he continued his breath attacks. And since his fire attacks count as both physical and magical attacks, he was also damaging the Sleater. And from below, Rhino and Neia were blasting it with magic attacks. With Rhino launching her arcane missiles and other magic attacks. Neia had to get up closer from the ship ropes, but she still gets few good hits on the monster with her lighting attacks, who unlike Motoyasu's whose lightning who relied on his spear skills, Neia's was pure magic based. Motoyasu himself still couldn't believe that one of his former partners was this strong to damage a boss that he couldn't do jack all to. The Sleater attempts to attack both with its energy balls, but each is stopped by Bakugo's airstrike shield as well as getting good hits on the thing. Team Bakugo had the thing in wraps as it keeps focusing its attention on a different attacker as the others get a good hit on it. The other heroes and their companions after recovering attempt to fight it, but their attacks still did nothing, and get blasted at the Sleater again. Bakugo didn't mind it as it served as another distraction to the thing, though he wasn't going to waste his abilities and mana on those three as they continually got hit by the full power blasts. This went on for a few minutes, but despite their efforts and power, the Sleater was down only by a quarter of its health. Bakugo was starting to get annoyed by this. He knew this strategy will eventually take it down, but it will take forever, and the longer the boss stays, the more monsters that will keep coming from the portals. This thing had to die fast. Damn it, if only I can get closer to this bastard and blow it from the inside out. But that's probably a shitty idea for something called a Sleater, so what the hell else will work? He then looks at his gauntlet as he turns it and remembered its self-repairing function. Bakugo then smirks after thinking of an idea. Team, new plan. He shouts, getting his team's attention. Brown hair restrained the fish and blue keep it in pain. He orders them with the team nodding as the Sleater attempts to go after Bakugo again. Rhino then opens up her arms to set up a powerful spell, and after a few seconds of mana absorption she yells, restraining, chains. And around her body glowed a magic circle that eventually spawn out magic steel chains, and as the Sleater attempts to munch on Bakugo, the monster gets completely wrapped up in chains. The monster struggles from its magically bonds as it squirms all over. Bakugo recommended her to learn that spell after seeing it from a mage. Kirishima ended up eating on the slaver's ship. Neia then jumps from the ship ropes and stabs her two swords through the holes of the wide chains. Electric surge. She shouts and a giant stream of electricity transfers through the chains up to the Sleater as it screams in pain, making it stop squirming wildly. Bakugo then turns to his dragon as he removes his left gauntlet. Now Kirishima, get this bastard's mouth to stay open. He orders his dragon. Kirishima then flew up to the Sleater as it attempts another energy attack despite the pain, but Kirishima dodges it easily. Once right at the monster, Kirishima sinks one of his claw wings on the Sleater's body while he then grabbed the top of its mouth with the other barely away from the teeth, forcing it to open up. And thanks to Bakugo passive abilities, he was immune to Neia's electricity attack. Katsuki quickly lowers himself down with one of his gauntlets off his way toward the ghost monster. The Soul Eater attempts to blast at Bakugo, but Katsuki dodges the attack. Eat this! He shouts, and with an aggressive push he jabs his gauntlet right through some of the Sleater's bottom teeth with the metal glove now leaking his sweat. Kirishima off now and gets small. He shouts with the dragon letting go and turns into his teenage self as he falls with Bakugo. Neia knew what was going to happen and stopped her attack and jumped with the two. Brown hair hit the deck. Bakugo shouts and Rhino finally stopping her spell and runs to where the crew was landing at. Once close enough together, Katsuki shouted, "Shield prison!" And he and all his team were now encased in a magic metal ball. The other heroes were flummoxed by it. What the hell is he doing? Motoyasu wondered. The coward probably gave up and is hiding away in his little ball. Malty mocked. They all then turned their attention back to the Sleater as it continued to shriek loudly, and with Rhino no longer conducting the spell, it breaks open the magic chains. It then bit it down its teeth, crushing the gauntlet with the sweat, inside now covering its mouth and going inside through its throat. The other heroes prepare another attack. As was the Sleater about to create another energy ball. But as soon as a single spark appeared in its mouth, boom! The sleeter exploded into a giant fireball covering the entire top half of the ship in smoke and fire, with the force of the giant explosion blowing away the other heroes with the force of it nearly knocking them off the flying ship. After the shock, with their ears ringing, they all got back up as they look above where the sleeter used to be at. What was left of it was its raining remains lightly falling down like feathers. The sleeter was absolutely dead now. The other heroes and companions couldn't believe what just happened, as not only was the sleeter vaporized, but sails of the ghost ship have been incinerated along with the wooden pole keeping them up. What in the hell was that? Itsuki asked. Did the thing self-destruct? Motoyasu also asked. Tren, however, figured it out. No, it looks like Bakugo killed the wave boss again. The other heroes turned toward the metal ball again as it breaks and disappeared. Bakugo and his crew looked amazed at the raining dead monster. Hell yeah, we showed that bastard. Bakugo yelled in victory. With Rhino and Kirishima just as excited for victory as the crew quickly high-five each other. Bakugo then raised his shield up to one of the raining pieces of the sleeter and allowed it to absorb the piece, which unlocked sleeter shield, increased spiritual attack and resistance, unlocked second shield, equip bonus of soul eat and SP recovery. Bakugo hoped that last ability didn't literally mean it allowed him to absorb actual souls. He also noticed his gauntlet on the ground, looking damaged beyond repair, but he did notice the self-repair function was still active. He hoped in about a day or so his gauntlet will be good as new by tomorrow, or at least repaired to some degree, or else Erhard is going to hear loud complaints for a refund. The other heroes were still surprised to see with their eyes that Bakugo killed the boss. Before, all they did was saw Bakugo above the last boss's corpse. Now they saw in person what he was capable of. Motoyasu and Itsuki in particular, though, weren't happy. That was not fair. That was supposed to be my kill. Motoyasu shouted. Not my problem, you guys were pathetic. Bakugo mocked. You must have somehow cheated. There's no way you could have gotten an attack like that from playing fair. Itsuki shouted, which just made Bakugo roll his eyes. But as he ignored them, he noticed something strange. After he defeated the boss, nothing else really happened. Unlike last time with the Chimera, the wave didn't instantly stop. The wave is still going. But as he was thinking, he felt something strange, as did the other heroes, and when they all turned toward it, it appears to be yet another smaller sleeter coming from the hull of the ship. Are you kidding me? Another one? Motoyasu shouted as he prepared his spear. Bakugo wasn't sure if this was the for real boss this time or just some random enemy, but either way he and his team were ready to fight it. But suddenly dozens of energy spears from the sky rained down on the monster, stabbing through it and killing it instantly. Everyone wasn't sure what just happened, but the god quickly answered. How very disappointing. Everyone heard, and suddenly some black-haired woman jump up high out of nowhere and dives down feet first and lands on the sleeper's corpse as its body disappears into energy. You actually had trouble with weaklings like these? Are you really the heroes holding the world's fate in their hands? The women mocks them. Everyone looked surprised by how this woman one-shot a boss enemy they couldn't take down themselves. They had no idea who it was, but whoever she is, she has a lot of power on her side. Bakugo got a good look at the woman and everything seemed off by her. Melromarc for the most part is a very European-based kingdom, and yet this woman looked Japanese, wearing a black kimono. She also seemed to have this ghost-like look to her, giving her an extremely pale look. She seems to have a physical body but not one at the same time, and had slick cat-like red eyes. It was strange, and all Bakugo could think of is she's either from another distant country, of this world, or from a completely different world altogether. And considering the other heroes are from completely different versions of Japan, it didn't seem like a stretch. The woman slowly approached them. Only one of you here is worthy of the title of hero. She then stares at Bakugo. And what is your name? Despite the obvious intimidation, Bakugo wasn't afraid of this woman and spoke up. The name's Katsuki Bakugou, the shield hero, #1 hero here, and soon to be #1 in my home world. So who the hell are you, Cat Eyes? He answered, giving her his trademark scowl. The woman smiles as she shows off her metal fans with glowing gems on them. Katsuki Bakugou, huh? That's an interesting name. It almost sounds like the word explosion in my native tongue. But anyway, if you're wondering who I am, my name is Glass and the rest you need to know is that I'm your enemy and I have to kill you. She answers casually as she opens up the fans, making everyone looking concerned and confused, especially since these didn't look like ordinary fans. They looked metal and had magically powered gems on them like the ones they have on their cardinal weapons. Though not Bakugou, straight to the point I see, he holds his ground as he continued to look at the woman with anticipation of a fight. Normally I'm always up for a good ass beating, but how about you tell me why you have a death wish with me? He demanded. Glass continues to smile and answers, let's just say that it is for the good of my world that the heroes here have to die. But enough talking, why don't we just begin? The only battle worthy of this wave. Bakugou then activates his best defense shield with his sidekicks coming together as they await his orders. The other heroes were on the sidelines watching, though they were getting tired of being ignored. Hey, what about us, the true heroes? Why do you care about this bastard? Itsuki yells at the powerful woman, not liking she was just ignoring him. I have more to worry about than wasting time with a bunch of servants to the shield hero. Glass casually insults the three heroes. Itsuki, Motoyasu, even Ren got offended by that statement. Servants. How dare you insult us? You will be vanquished by my hand. Motoyasu bouts out as he and the two other heroes attack Glass along with their parties. The heroes threw everything they had on the pale woman, but she wasn't even attempting to dodge them as each attack hits her directly, and just like this leader before, it did pretty much nothing. The three heroes were equally getting pissed off as their high attacks weren't damaging her and used about every skill they had on the woman as Bakugou stood back and watched as the woman just stood there. Even when Ren's filorial attacked with fast kicks, she easily blocks each attack with her fans until she blew her away back at Ren, showing she can't not only take a hit but can easily block most attacks. During all of that, Bakugou observed and thinking up his strategy. He then turned to his partners. Brown hair, I hate to say it, but your magic is probably not going to be high enough to do anything, so I want you to not engage cat eyes and provide us with any support spells you can. And provide a debuff on this speech if you have the opportunity to. Rhino nods, alright Sir Bakugou. Blue, she's too fast even for you, so don't try to stab her while she's in focus, but once she's off guard give all you can. Yes sir. No also nods. Kirishima, same to you, and keep your team form. We don't need to give the speech a bigger target, Bakugou says to his dragon, who also nodded. Eventually, the other heroes used all the magic and skill attacks they had, and just as before, Glass just stands there with a smirk. She finally says, that was amusing, but now I have to get on with business. She finally activates her magic fans, Circle Dance 0, Reverse Snow Moon Flower. And in just that one attack she knocks out all of the heroes and their teammates, all but Bakugou and his crew. As said before, mere servants. Glass insults again as she looks back at Bakugou. No, these idiots are just pointless extras. Now if you're so high and mighty of yourself, why don't you bring it on? He taunts the mysterious woman. Glass just smiles, with pleasure. Glass then extend her fans and begin her magic attack at Bakugou. Circle Dance 0, Reverse Snow Moon Flower. She yells with her fans, creating light quick energy attacks at Bakugou, but he not only tanks the attacks with his shield and finally goes on the offensive and jumps and blasts at Glass. But the woman was quite agile, being able to avoid his explosion attacks, and begins to use her fan blades and engages the shield hero. Blue attack right. Bakugou shouts as she moves quick with her swords. She attacks right as Bakugou attacks aggressively at Glass with smaller but more concentrated explosions, but before she could strike the woman at the side, Glass's reflexes stopped both her blades just like she did with Scarlet's attacks, but before she could push it away, the elf girl jumped off herself near the side of the ship, still on her feet. Despite her skinny look, Glass was surprisingly strong. Kirishima and his team form attempts to strike the woman at different angles over and over with his quick speeds, attempting to claw or strike her with his tail, but she continued to block each attack. I give you and your companions credit their persistent efforts, but you will be no match for my power. Glass then closed one of her fans as it turned into a blade-like object and pointed it toward Bakugo as she readies an energy attack, circle dance rapture, tortoise shell cracker. She shouts and launches a purple energy beam at Bakugo. He blocks the attack with his strongest shield and he barely holds back its power. He knew if any one of his sidekicks or him took such a beam head-on it'd be a one-hit kill. Glass lightly smirks to herself. Interesting that you can hold out against that attack. I guess you really do live up to your title as shield hero. She compliments though in a condescending way. I can do more than tank hit scat eyes. Blue now. He shouts and from behind Glass, No attempts to attack from behind only for Glass to block her without even needing to look back. Nice try, though next time how about not announcing that? Electric shock. Neia shouted. It confused Glass after being interrupted but, before she could react in just 1 second Neia launches a giant electric attack through her swords and transfer right through Glass's fans to her. Glass is given the full force of Neia attack as she gets electrocuted by her in pain. It almost used up all of Neia's mana but it gave Bakugo an opening and attempts to blast at her, but even when being electrocuted she still managed to block and dodge Bakugo's explosion attacks. She also eventually was able to push Neia off her forcing her on the ground. She then attacks to slice up Bakugo with her fan's blades but Bakugo jumps out of the way in time and even wipes some sweat off his forehead on her kimono without her noticing. Glass goes out on her snow moonflower attack again as she attempts to overpower through Katsuki's defense. But, Bakugo continues to have a smile on his face. Kirishima fireball. His dragon from the sides then launches a fireball at Glass, who also just smiles as she was going to just tank the attack while she still aims an attack at Bakugo. Do you really think that's going to? Boom. Glass explodes in front of Bakugo and sends her flying across the deck through the doors of the ship's captain's quarters. This gave Bakugo and his sidekicks a minute to breathe as the woman got herself back up losing her smirk and looked mad and confused at the shield hero. What the hell was that? What attack did he use? I should have seen that coming but I didn't. Whatever it was, this hero is more clever than he looks, so I guess it's time to be more serious, she says to herself. Glass then used her magic to speed herself up and ran back to Bakugo as she launches another moonflower attack on him. As Bakugo blocks them, Neia and Kirishima again attempt to attack and distract Glass but she blocks them and was now becoming more aggressive as she strikes them and push them off her. She engages Bakugo as she throws mini blade and energy attacks at him as Bakugo does the same with his explosions. They both attempt to block and tank their attacks as they go out on a war of attrition. But despite her power, she noticed that Bakugo's health was going down slower than her spiritual power, so Glass knew she had to pick up the pace and increased her speed even greater as Bakugo continues to hold it out. But he then smirks, confusing Glass more. Blinding light, shouted a voice, and when Glass turned to see what it was, Rhino activates her spell that caused a bright flashing light that was even greater than the spell she used before with her. Bakugo, Neia, and Kirishima like before were still immune to the effect. On my eyes, Glass shouted, now nearly blinded by the spell. That's when Bakugo jumps up and shouted, "Shoot!" And he blasts her with an explosion beam and sends her through the floors of the ship as the light disappears. She nearly fell through the bottom of the ship but she managed to stab her fan on the floor in time. She was now getting mad and was now done playing. She then launches out dozens of energy spears like she used to kill the other Sleater through the floor, forcing the group to move away from each other. She jumps up again and without warning or hesitation she attacks and knocks away Neia, then Rhino, and finally Kirishima with her reverse snow moonflower attacks. Bakugo would have done something but she attacked so fast he was unable to help his sidekicks. Glass then looked at Bakugo dead in the eyes. I underestimated you, shield hero. I wanted to be entertained but playtime is over. Now time to die. She then made a fan into a blade again, tortoise shell cracker. She yelled and launched another energy attack at Bakugo as he holds it out with his shield. But Glass wasn't done. Tortoise shell cracker. Tortoise shell cracker. Tortoise shell cracker. She yelled over and over at Bakugo, spamming the same attack, trying to overwhelm Bakugo until he broke and kill him instantly, but Bakugo continued to hold out, though he noticed that his other gauntlet was starting to get extremely damaged from the knockback of her attacks alone and was even starting to leak. Bakugo can see the woman was now getting desperate, was trying to break through and kill Bakugo already, but he can tell the woman was using a lot of her mana and was getting tired from the constant energy attacks. But he can also see that his sidekicks at this point were out of their leagues and had to thought up another plan, but it was time for them and the others to get out of here. Glass eventually tires herself out from all of the attacks and tried to catch her breath, but Bakugo took the opportunity to rip off his other gauntlet and just threw it toward Glass. Her reflexes saw it coming and just slices it in half with her fan blades, but by doing so she gets splattered with most of the gauntlet's contents. Ugh! What the hell is this stuff? Glass said as she looks at this watery substance on her kimono that smelled like caramel candy. Bakugo then launched himself in the air to the top of the ship deck. Oh, that's just my sweat. Hope you enjoy it? Bakugo mocks the woman, which only irritated her. I've had enough of you, disgusting hero. She shouts and jumps toward Bakugo. She attacks him again, though Bakugo was just blocking her attacks. He wasn't going to use his quirk yet while she was soaked in his explosive sweat. He then shouted, "Team, leave the battle now. You hear me? And get the others off too. Go go go." And he and Glass continue their rapid struggle. As the three sidekicks got themselves up, they understood Bakugo well and knew what he was going to do. Kirishima turned giant again and Neia and Rhino went around to pick the other heroes and their companions' unconscious bodies up and threw them on Kirishima's back. Rhino also grabbed the pieces of Bakugo's other damage gauntlet and put it in her bag. When they had about everyone grabbed onto Kirishima's reins. Malty was still on the ground though and was barely able to get herself up and noticed that the dragon was about to head out with Motoyasu and the other girls, but not her. Neia then shouts, "Kirishima, fly." Kirishima then was about to run off the ship. "Hey, don't forget me," Malty shouted, but she was ignored, and right before Kirishima could jump, Malty grabs his tail and screams. Kirishima jumps off the flying ship, went downward toward the nearest place to land at, while Malty continues to scream along the way as she held for dear life on the dragon's tail. Glass noticed, but she was too busy with Bakugo to care about them. They were unimportant anyway. All that was matter is killing this world's hero. Though his lack of use of his explosions right now was confusing her. "Where's your fire shield, hero? Are you finally out of mana?" She taunts him, finally smiling again after she gets hit on him. But as he holds out against the powerful woman, Bakugo just smiles. "I just need my sidekicks and the extras out in harm's way. And I wasn't using mana for those explosions, cat eyes." He insults back. That nickname was getting on Glass's nerves. "It's Glass. And harm from what?" she asked him as she continues her fast attacks. But then Bakugo shouted, "Hydra shield." And his shield transformed and out came 9 Hydra heads, surprising and managing to push back Glass and bite their acid mouths on her. Bakugo took the opportunity and jumped off the deck as the heads bite in on Glass. They weren't doing any damage but kept her distracted, and it irritated the woman. "Reverse snow moon flower," she shouted again, and with the attacks she cuts up the Hydra heads. She then furiously looked around to fight Bakugo, but she noticed he wasn't around, making the woman paranoid. "Where are you, coward?" she shouts until she heard explosions coming from outside the ship and saw Bakugo sending himself in the air high up despite the flying ship. "You want my explosions? Well, here they are." He taunts her, and Glass attempts to launch out more magic attacks at him, but since he was so far away, Bakugo could easily dodge the attacks without using his shield. Bakugo was only waiting to collect more sweat to enact his big attack, while Glass remained on the ground, not knowing what the shield hero had in mind. Meanwhile, down on the ground, Kirishima lands on the ground next to a valley near a somewhat steep hill. Neia and Rhino were going around healing up the heroes and their companions, well except Motoyasu and his team, who he had to heal himself and them, especially Malty as she drinks her health potion given to her. "I hope Sir Bakugo does alright up there," Rhino commented. Don't worry, he usually does. He wouldn't force us to leave without a plan. Neia reassures Rhino, making her somewhat feel better. Well, I hope that bastard dies. One less demon to worry about, shouted Mine, looking up, still trying to fix her hair after all the wind that blew on her near the steep hill. Rhino and Neia were equally irritated by the beach princess with how ungrateful she was. Kirishima was also looking mad at her. He then turns toward the two and smirks at them, with the two smirking back, seeing what the dragon had in mind. Malty continues to be her beach self and insults everyone. You three are a bunch of imbeciles as well. I mean, I have seen better rescues from a bunch of smack. Kirishima strikes her with his tail again and Malty is sent across the ground and nearly off the cliff. Motoyasu looked horrified. Mine! He shouts and runs toward Malty as she holds herself near the cliff. It wasn't super high up, so she would survive even if she were to fall, but it would definitely hurt. Sir Motoyasu, please help me, she begged as she holds on. Motoyasu lowers himself down to his knees and attempts to reach her. Eventually he grabs her, but as all seemed fine, Rhino from behind kicks him in the butt and knocked him off the edge. He lands on Malty and the two roll down off the hill, hitting every rock and stone on the way down. They'll live fine, but it's going to be a painful experience for the two. Rhino comments, enjoying the show. The three sidekicks all then high-fives to one another for another victory on the idiot spear hero and the evil princess. Back up on the ship with Glass, as she continued to launch the light arrow attacks at Bakugo, he had finally stored enough sweat in his palms and was ready to launch his big attack. He then blasted himself downward and was surrounding himself with as much air as possible. Glass wasn't sure what he was doing, but she was ready for whatever he got. She launches out more magic attacks, but even as he spins around he still blocks them with his shield. He gets closer and closer as he begins to yell, with his other hand out. Glass was about to block whatever Bakugo was going to do, but she was underestimating what Bakugo was about to do. Bakugo was just a few seconds away, and once in hearing range he shouts, "Howitzer impact!" Bakugo was finally right at Glass, still soaked with his sweat. She was attempting to slice off his arm with her other fan, but before she could, boom! Like an atomic bomb, the whole ship exploded in a ball of fire. Heard from all the way at the ground as everyone looks away and cover their ears from the loud explosion. What was once the ship had been reduced to a million floating wooden platforms still up from its magic. Ren, Itsuki, and their and Motoyasu's companions from below, finally done looking away, looked amazed by that attack. They weren't 100% sure who made that attack, Glass or Bakugo, but considering all that went on, most knew it was Bakugo. Okay, he has got to be cheating? Itsuki complains as he was still sitting down injured. No one could see where Glass or Bakugo were at, though, not sure if either of them were dead or alive. Though Rhino and Neia knew he was still alive from their status screen. Glass was another story, though. But then suddenly Scarlet, still in her bird form, looked up and shouted, "Everyone look out!" She then picks up Ran by her beak, and Kirishima pushes a bunch of the other hero's companions out of the way with his wing arm as a giant purple beam heads its way. Everyone else jumped out of the way, all barely missing the energy attack that makes a big crater on the ground. After looking back up, they to their horror saw Glass on one of the floating platforms, looking dirty and irritated by the repeated humiliation. "I've had it up to here with this. If I can't kill the shield hero in this wave, then I'll just kill off his servants." She yells, ready for another energy attack, Tortoise Shell Cracker. But then, Shield Prison. She got enveloped in a metal ball. Her attack destroys it immediately, but it still stopped it from going to the heroes below. To her displeasure, Glass turns to see Bakugo a bit away, also on another floating platform. "What's the matter, Cat Eyes? Too cowardly to fight me? So you resort to killing my sidekicks? How petty." Bakugo jokingly mocks, despite looking more tired, but was still confident enough to continue the fight. "I told you my name is Glass," she shouts and launches out more magic attacks on him as he dodges them across the flying platforms. As the two jumped at and chased each other from below, Kirishima was going tired of doing nothing while his father was fighting by himself in the air, and decided to jump and fly back up there himself. Glass and Bakugo continue to fight and blast at each other, trying their best to kill each other, even though it seems like they were at a stalemate, with one not having more of an advantage than the other. Glass then used her wind magic to blow away a bunch of platforms behind Bakugo, hoping to finally get him to fall off once he's cornered. And once he was out of room to jump, Glass launches her beam attack again to blow away the platform below him, forcing Bakugo to jump in the air. Glass thought she finally had the high ground advantage once he falls to the ground, but out of nowhere Bakugo's dragon caught him in time, allowing him to remain up in the air. Glass groans in anger as she launches another tortoise shell cracker energy attack at the dragon, with the shield hero blocking off the beam. Kirishima flies back, heading right toward her, and with his fire burns many of the floating platforms as she and Bakugo go all out as he jump and glide all over with the air, with Glass trying her best to fight back, but this point even she was starting to tire out and was almost out of mana. She jumped away again to another set of platforms away from the shield hero as he got on his dragon again and was catching a small breath. Glass was trying to think of another strategy to fight the shield hero, but as she thinks, she started to hear some loud ticking, and once she looks at her status menu, she saw a timer going down, and it was down to 50 seconds left. Damn it, the time limit. It's too early. She yells to herself as she looks toward the shield hero on his dragon as the monster flies its way toward her with his excited father on him. Glass could tell Bakugo was not backing down, so she knew this wasn't the time to kill the hero. She then raised herself back up and smiles again and shouts, "You win this round, Katsuki Bakugou, but next time I shall be stronger and I won't underestimate you. You will die in the next wave." She finally says out loud for even Bakugo to hear. He wasn't sure what she was even talking about, but then Glass goes out with one more of her energy attacks and launches her last beam on Bakugo's dragons, forcing the hero to block it. Glass then used her wind magic to raise herself up higher in the sky and head off to the nearest portal. Bakugo noticed and grips on Kirishima's reins harder. "Get back and fight to the end, coward," he shouts, and he leads his dragon to follow her. They race toward the portal, but Glass was too far ahead to get to her in time. As the wave timer reaches the 10-second mark, Glass jumps through. "Remember that we shall be the ones to reign triumphant from the waves in the end. Next time, Katsuki Bakugou, next time," she finally says to him as she disappears into the portal. Bakugo was going to follow her, but the timer finally hit 0, and just like that the portals just disappeared and the sky turned normal again. Bakugo was pissed off. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. You coward," he yells up in the sky where the portal Glass jumped and used to be at. He wanted to beat her, but she took that opportunity away when she disappeared. Bakugo was mad, though at the same time he felt a bit relieved that the wave was finally over. And now he has to go back to pick up his sidekicks and see if his battle formation and the town they were protecting was fine. Bakugo points his dragon's reins back toward the ground to pick up his two sidekicks. As Kirishima goes back down, Bakugo looked back at the sky again one last time and said, "You better be here next time, Cat Eyes. Because not only will I also be stronger, but so will my team." After picking up Na and Rhino, Bakugo had Kirishima fly back to the town they were at before, now recovering from the wave. They ignored the other heroes. Itsuki looked pissed off and jealous of not only losing the Sleater and the Glass Woman, but for the fact that Bakugo killed the former and was able to put up a fight with the later. Ren was trying to treat Scarlet while she was in her human form again. He felt a bit jealous too, but nowhere near as bad as Itsuki. Motoyasu's other partners, Elena and Lesty, were down the hill to help heal up Motoyasu and Melty after their embarrassing fall. At the town, the civilians had come back with the knights and mages, and Bakugo's battle formation was helping them out. Even the old lady was there to help. Na and Rhino were helping out in any way, while Bakugo was walking around picking parts of the remains of the monsters, gaining a bunch of new skills and shields with Kirishima along, eating what's left and the other monster corpses. While doing that, he was also still trying to figure out what the hell just happened after killing the Sleater. Who was this Glass Woman? Where did she come from? Does she have something to do with the waves? And why did she think killing him will help save her world? So many questions but no clear answers either. All he knew was that he needed to get stronger before the next wave to beat her next time to get those answers. But he knew it wasn't just him that needed to get stronger, his 3 sidekicks need to get stronger as well, needing to finally get past the level limit and get their class upgrade. So after their next stop back at Melromarc's capital, their next stop after is to Siltveld. After he finishes his gathering, he went out to help the other people in town with his sidekicks. But while he was helping, he saw one of his battle formation knights coming up to him with another soldier, one outside his group, and by the looks of it was a commander. "Excuse me, Sir Shield Hero, he wants to say something to you," the young soldier said. Bakugo looked directly at the commander, who finally said to him, "You are to report to the royal castle at once. His Majesty wants to speak to you." "For what?" Bakugo demanded in an irritated tone. "Go back there and see for yourself, it's not a recommendation, it's an order," the soldier said threateningly, but Bakugo was hardly intimidated by him. Though it was weird that the consort wanted to see him again already. Last time he was there, Altcry yelled at him to get out of his sight, but now he wanted him back to see him for something. Bakugo can only figure that whether it was the consort wanted, he knew it wasn't going to be good. Author's note: wow, yeah, a chapter in a little over 1 month, I can't believe it myself. At this point it's been over a year since I started this story, and I'm honestly disappointed in myself with how slow my update pacing has been with a year and only 10 chapters. I originally wanted the story out 1 chapter a month, but it became more like 1 chapter every 2 months. A lot of that I blame myself, as I procrastinate a lot and have writer's block when I many grammar errors as possible, which I can't believe how I missed so many and allowed them to be in the finished product. Thank you so much, Grammarly and TSS Speaker. I guess in fairness I do write fairly long chapters. I'm actually surprised that I have one of the most worded Shield Hero fan fiction stories on this website, even ones with 3 times the chapters than me. But at this point I'm going to stop apologizing me taking so long to update this story, since I'm sure you are all sick of hearing me apologizing every other chapters, so at this point I will. But I'm going to say this, that I'm working at my own pace and there is no set schedule for this story. A chapter is done only when is done. I hope to finally make my promise of at least 1 chapter a month, but no promises are going to be made other than this story will continue. But anyway, thank you all for reading and enjoying my story, and I hope to get the next chapter out soon, and thank for over 1,000 favorites and follows. I like to thank every last one of you.